welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another edition of Tenacious Turtle Tussle, week number 18. Welcome back. It's been a week since our last edition. Welcome. I'm of course your host, VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and my beautiful plushies as well. We have our first series of the night. I do recommend checking out the bracket. The bracket is live. The bracket is ready, and we are not the only casters casting this. Of course, we're going to be joined by Little Mac as well. Little Mac is going to be covering a different series, I believe, covering Hatsu versus Epic. Meanwhile, we have this lovely ZVP. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team License to Kill, LTK. It is Eon. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Teal Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss. It is Luna C. I'm still waking up. I'm still waking up a little bit, not gonna lie, but good morning, everyone. Good morning. We just, of course, covered the Sparkling Tuna Cup last night. Went to bed, woke up, and here we are. The casting does not stop, Happy, does not stop. And we have an interesting lineup here this morning as well, as especially during the Sparkling Tuna Cup, we were curious, we were wondering where exactly was Björn. Well, Björn is here this morning. For the turtle. He's here for the turtle, Poppy. Not for the tuna, though. Not for the tuna. Again, I do recommend checking out the bracket. We'll be going over the bracket after the series. We'll be able to embrace it. Until then, we're settling into our first series of the day. And Eon is forced to take the unnatural natural. So, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener here out of Eon. Oh, my apologies. It is going to be actually a more delayed expansion, going for the gas pool first into a later hatchery. So a much more aggressive start for Eon. Basically, faster lings speed, and potentially a faster Bailey nest. We'll keep an eye on the gases to see if he does pull out once he reaches 100 or if he stays in. And for now, Eon is staying in. Lings are moving out across the map. Now, with the abundance of gas, this could be for a Bailey nest, this could be for a Roach Warren, or for a lair. There's options here with where the gas is going to be spent. We'll see what he goes for. Across the map, Lunacy going for a gate expand. Standard opener out of the Protoss player, going for the initial Zealot. Zealot gets cancelled, going for the Adept instead. So a little bit greedy here by Lunacy. Lings are moving out. Adept should be able to pop out in time, especially with a full wall. Yeah, Lunacy does fully wall off. We have the Cybercore, backup Cybercore even. We have the Stargate as well. And we have the answer. We were curious if it wasn't going to be a Bailey nest or a Roach Warren. It is in fact going to be the lair. Now what is interesting to me is that we're still mining gas. Still mining gas. So I imagine lair into a Nidus Worm. Overlord is getting in position. I mean, it could be a Nidus Worm. It could be a Dropalord as well. Just to drop lings into the main. There are options. The probe does spot the Overlord, which is a little bit suspect. Lunacy might be prone to checking the scouting. Speaking of, it's gotta be the Dropalord, right? Yeah. Elevator in. As we are still waiting for the lair. Meanwhile, back at home, oh, it's gonna be a Void Ray opener for Lunacy. Void Ray is gonna be able to hunt down these Overlords. True, the first one should go down, but what about the second? The second is ready. And Lunacy has no vision. And there it is. Dropalord is morphing in. Lings flooding across the map. Again, Dropalord is... Oh, it's going to be both. Por qué no los dos? Dropalord and Nidus Worm as well. Eon can barely afford both. Look at the Lings are going to be dipping in. First Overlord is being hunted down by the Void Ray. Ideally, the Lings distract, and the Nidus Worm is able to finish.
I am here in the shadows.
As Lings, they are now going to be revealed. They head for the mineral line. Boys being pulled away. Probes are going down. Again, hopefully this does distract the Void Ray. And where is that Nidus? Nidus still not done. Still need a couple more seconds. Oh, catching out the Stalker. Lings are cleaned up. Lunacy, he sees. Lunacy does confirm the pylon was barely within vision. Barely within vision, and the Nidus Storm, it's not going to finish. Yeah, pulls up, boys. Has the Void Ray, has 2 Adepts. Nidus Storm is denied. And Eon, he's going to lose the Dropalord as well. Oh. And without the Dropalord, there's no vision. There's nothing here. There's no vision, there's no Overlord. Eon even getting supply blocked. Not like this. Eon is still mining gas. That might just be for future Dropalords, but alas, behind this, heavily supply blocked. Making more lings. There we go. Nidus Worm here on the front lines. Outside the natural. I believe Lunacy does miss this. He does miss the Nidus. Adepts are moving out. I mean, there's not much of an economy left, but oh my god. Oracle busts into the main base. Drones are falling. Nidus Worm finishes. But breaking the natural waste is not going to happen. There are 2 shield batteries. 2 shield batteries. An overcharge as well. The natural's looking very secure. And Eon, he's going to try and pull this off. That is a lot of lings. The queens have arrived. The queens do have a little bit more sustain, but at the same time, still so many workers going down. Adepts, they're still wreaking havoc. Oracle going back into the main. And we do see Lunacy throwing down another shield battery, just in case. Across the map, gas is being denied, boys being pulled away. For a moment, I was like, do they go into the Nidus? They just go across the map. And you can see Eon just running out of lings. He's just running into a brick wall here. And Eon can defend back at home, especially with those queens. True. We'll shut down the Adepts. We'll shut down the eventual Oracle. Behind this, Lunacy going into Glaives. Also, Twilight counter follow-up. Getting into Glaive Adepts. But again, Lunacy is looking quite secure at this point. Taking a step back, Eon, he does have an economy, but he's basically on a 1-base economy. 25 workers. 25 workers here in the economy. No third hatchery either. And things are looking quite dire here for Eon. And Lunacy, once Glaives kicks in, can move out across the map. Is going to be free to do so. When it comes to the build of Eon, I mean, hey, the initial drop lord did go unscattered, and the Lings, they were able to slip into the main and get some damage done. Unfortunately, they weren't able to buy enough time to distract for the Nidus Worm. Unfortunately, the Oracle does go down, but the Nidus Worm, alas, was a little bit too late, or unfortunately was within vision of the pylon, of this pylon here. So Lunacy was able to respond and react in time. Eon behind this going for a Hydrogen and a second Gas Geyser. I mean, it's going into 2-base Hydra. Let's go. Now, if Lunacy is too passive, then Eon can recover. 100%. That is true. That's assuming the passivity of Lunacy, though, as for the time being, he's focusing on denying this creep. Eon has been quite annoying with this, spreading as much creep as possible. There is no Robo. Lunacy is mining. Oh, the Lings! Lings do get here in time. Not bad. Probes are going down. Damage is being done. 4 probe kills. Eon getting the most out of these Lings. The third base is now going to be thrown down, and that's a lot of Adepts. That's a lot of Adepts. That's a lot of Glaives as well. Glaives is done. Has been researched. Lunacy trying to find the active tumor. Let's find it. Active tumor going down. And this is the moment we've been waiting for. The Adepts. The Adepts, they're moving out across the map. That's going to be a lot of DPS potential. The base looking quite vulnerable. Eon gonna try and collapse on the main army, but there's an Oracle in the air. Stalkers will be going down, but Shield Battery does finish up in time, and now here comes the main army. And if they shade into the mineral line, drones are going down. Hydra's getting caught out as well. The Queen will fall. And Ling Hydra struggles quite hard here against Glaive Adepts. They shade into the natural. And Lings, they just can't really contest against this. Neither can the Hydras. Queens can tank some shots, but not against this many Papias. We just shaded once again. Dragging Eon apart, confirming everything in the main, getting eyes on the Hydras earlier, of course. And Lunacy is aware. That's going to be 10 drone kills. And Lunacy is not done. Catching another Hydra, 2 more workers. More Adepts have arrived. And GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. Lunacy will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was just an unfortunate execution of the initial Nidus all in. Again, the Drop Lord was getting some damage done, but the links were cleaned up very quickly. And unfortunately, the Nidus one never did finish in the main. Did finish outside of the main base, but by then it was too little, too late. Lunacy had defended. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 2. Getting to that second game, going to be loading into Ghost River. Okay, we're stretching. We're good. Ghost River is going to be an interesting one. It is a much smaller map. Can favor all-ins as a result, and again, that's kind of what I expect to see here once again out of our players. Specifically this player here. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing License to Kill, LTK. It is Eon. Oh, I forgot the Gamba. Let's go. And in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss. It is Luna C. I do apologize, but predictions were a little bit delayed. Now they're open in the chat. Best of luck. Best of luck. So someone asking, how do I join these tournaments? Is it invite only? No, not at all. It is open to all. Open to all leagues, open to all regions, all shapes, all sizes. I mean, it's a little bit too late to join now, but was open. And this time, Eon going for a 12 pool. So a much earlier spawning pool this time. Eon is going to be flooding into Lings, and I imagine this is going to be a 12 pool drone pool. Let's go. And again, this hits the hardest on this map on Ghost River. It's going to be on Lunacy to confirm that the boys are being pulled and to wall off in time. The probe does pull back, the boys have been spotted, and Lunacy needs a full wall. Needs to completely wall off, and there it is. Forge has been thrown down for cannons. The boys are moving out. Oh, and we did have to re-wall a couple of times. Cybercore has been thrown down. It's a full wall here for Lunacy. Zelda's on the way. And Eon can start to work this down. And I imagine we go for the Forge. Yeah, the Forge is going to be targeted. Oof. And the Forge is going to fall. The cannon's not going to finish in time. The Zealot should be surrounded. The drone drilling. We get past the Zealot. Zealot goes down. No re-wall behind it. Yeah, Lunacy laying with that wall, and it looks like that may just be too much. The pylons are being targeted. Backup Zealots on the way, but Eon has pulled this off. Down goes one pylon, and then the other. That's all we have. That's all that Lunacy has left. Again, he did initially fully wall, but we needed a secondary wall behind it. Needed to protect that Zealot. Alas, was not fast enough. And now there's no production. The Zealot, it was so close. Zealot was so close, yet so far. Zealot is denied. We have shield batteries on the way. Boys being forced to fight, but they cannot win out on this fight. Not like this. GG, and Eon ties up the series 1-1. Whew. Let's go. GG, well played. Eon does have the series. We are going to the ace match. And again, this could still go either way. Eon is known for his all-ins. He's known for his aggression. And we shouldn't see that again. Winding it back a little bit, on Ghost River, it does leave the least room for error, just because Ghost River has the second shortest rush distance by ground, second shortest only to post-youth by like 1 second. But because of that, all-ins like this do hit that much harder and that much faster. Here we go. So very nicely done here by Eon. And now we're getting into game number 3. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Oceanborn, which is, when it comes to aggression, known for 3 base all-ins, or 2.5 base all-ins. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards, so I imagine we're going to be seeing some more standard openers, but we'll see. We shall see. Us spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Red Zerg player, representing Team License to Kill, tying up the series, forcing the ace match. It is Eon. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Teal Protoss player from South Korea. It is Luna C. We go. What rank are these guys? GM? They're all GM between like what? Like 5.6 plus K. Like what Luna C's, I would say around 5.8 question mark. Okay. You know, semi-pros, GMs. If you do tune into online tournaments and open cups like Warsasaurus Cup, the Wardy TV events, our events as well, should be relatively familiar with these players. Very active. Cast them very often. As we are stepping into the main. Once again, this time Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Eon, as we expected. No 12 pool this time, likewise Gate Expand from Lunacy. We go. So now we are going to be settling in. Lunacy just forcing some inefficiencies here out of Eon, being as annoying as possible with that starting probe. And back at home, we should be able to settle into our game. When it comes to Oceanborn, again, it is known for builds like German taxis, 3 base all-ins, Queen walks across the map, off of 2 bases or 2.5 bases. I'm gonna be expecting that out of Eon, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see how hard he does drone, see how much he saturates. But now, so far, standard game. Ooh, and Luna C is the one to mix things up and is going for a Twilight Council. Again, Eon is not the only aggressor here. Luna C is as well. He's crazy. He is known for his own aggressive builds. With that initial Twilight Council, this could be Glaives, this could be Dark Templar. So far, Luna C has not pulled out a gas, so I'm leaning towards DTs. Meanwhile, Eon going for a Bane Blast. Okay. Show us what you got. Fast Baneliness here out of Eon is going to be getting into Link production. And again, Luna C, what do you have for us? Is now kind of pulling out of gas. 3 in 1, 4 in total. Should be Glaives. There we go. Glaives now being researched. It is going to be Glaive Adepts by Luna C. But the army count is still quite low. That's the problem right now. Luna C needs to scout, needs to confirm what exactly is going on to actually recognize to get ready back at home. With warp-ins, with shield batteries, with an overcharge. Adept does shade into the main, is going to be shut down. Ooh, and I don't see a shield battery. I mean, Luna C, nothing's told him to. Nothing's told him to get ready. And here comes the Bane Bust. The Bane Bust is upon us. Luna C is vulnerable. I mean, he just has no idea. There's no reason to throw down a shield battery. Gateways are finishing up. Adepts are amassing. Is it going to be enough here? That is going to be a lot of Adepts. The wall is going to be broken. Bailey's are putting in. Oh, can they connect? Oh, it's going to be close. It looks like 2 of them will somewhat connect. Adepts, they do barely escape. There's 1 Bailey left over. Ooh, connects to the mineral line. Probes are going down. More Adepts are warping in. And it looks like there should be enough Adepts. It's going to be close. At least they get a decent surround. They trade well. Taking down even more. Yeah, down to 3 Adepts. 3 Adepts remaining. Oh, 2 Adepts remaining. But it looks like we're running out of links. They're juggling. Oh my god, down to 1. There's another warp in. Yeah, Eon is running out of steam here. He has dealt a lot of damage. True. Still has the 1 Ling in the main. And is he getting ready? He's getting ready for another bust. Let's go. Here comes round 2. Round 2 is on the way. Quickly checking the production here, or quickly checking the army. 5 Adepts for Luna C. And because of that economy, because he lost so many workers, he doesn't really have many warp-ins left. I mean, he has gateways, but he has no bank. And here comes the second bust. And Adepts, they're too close. Two Adepts full! That's too much. That's far too much. And just like that, Eon, it looks like he has done it. He will shut down the gateways, depower them. Denies the warp in. 2 Adepts left, and it looks like Eon is going to run away with this. We're down to 3 Adepts remaining. Eon busting into the main. Probes are going down. And despite the initial Adept opener, Lunacy, again, he had no reason to set up shield batteries, no reason to set up a secondary pylon. He did fail to scout the all-in. And now Lunacy barely has anything left. There's going to be 1 Bailing in the main base finishing up. No workers, getting us around. Dark Shrine is denied. And Eon, he's done it. GG gets called. Eon will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Eon will catch Lunacy with his pants down. The pants, they were down, Poppy. A big moment here for Lunacy was losing the scouting adept, if you recall, and it was only 1 adept as well. So Lunacy was in the dark. He was unable to confirm the lack of saturation at the natural. If you remember, the adept shaded right into the main, did not check saturation at the bases. So because that, Lunacy was working with incomplete information. Also did not scout the Bailey nest behind the mineral line as well. So unfortunately, Lunacy was in the dark. Again, that is why he wasn't quite ready for the bust, was getting into his own build, that is true, but as we saw, was not set up defensively back at home, and Eon was able to barely take advantage of that. It was still very close. It was still a very close all-in, especially when it came to the first bust, just because there was still so many adepts left over, but Eon barely did pull it off. GG, well played. GG, well played. Eon will take it in the end. Oh, should fix up the out-of-game race logo. We'll advance on to the next round, and I believe we have an opponent ready and waiting. Exclamation mark and be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up. Okay, we have the first round wrapping up, and now we're getting into round number 2. We have Björn up against Eon. That is going to be our next series. We'll just submit to some DMs and let them know. Scrolling down, we have Epic. Epic took down Hatzel 2-0. Epic now up against Nicaract in the second round. Likewise, we have Honmono. Honmono takes down Agony 2-0. Honmono now up against Geralt. That's going to be a very intense TVP. Best of luck. Best of luck to Geralt and Honmono. Meanwhile, we are getting ready with our own. We're good to go. And we just got another update. Baby Marine just took down Medic Jr. 2-0, so it looks like the entirety of the first round has concluded, and round 2 is underway. As a reminder, we will be casting both semifinals, so do not worry. Gonna be going over that. Both semis will be casted, and it looks like Epic versus Nicaract is underway. Epic up 1-0. I believe that is being casted by Little Mac. But we have our own series. Oh my god. Just jumping right on in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team License to Kill, LTK. It is Eon. And if you're in the chats, it's time to get your gamba going. Best of luck. Predictions are open, and you can place your bets on who you think will take the series. Eon going pool first. Now again, Eon is hyper aggressive. We expect all-ins in almost every single game, but what kind of all-in is the question, right? There are Bane busts, there are Roach rushes, there's Link Queen Nidus all-ins. There's potential here initially. Faster spawning pool. This can lead into an earlier, I was going to say into an earlier Roach Warren, but it looks like Eon is opening up Gasless. Pool into Hatchery. Interesting. This will be a safer opener for Eon, is what I will say. This will be a safer opener. This is more ideal for something like 2x Reaper, which Björn is known for. So again, it does make sense here for Eon. Unfortunately, as we can see, it is going to be a more standard opener instead. We'll see if Eon can bypass the Reaper. It can be a little bit more difficult on this map. We're loading into Crimson Court, and on this map, there's not that many kind of attack paths. There's not many avenues of attack, especially early on when the rocks have not been knocked down. So we'll see if Eon can sneak past the Reapers. As the initial wave of Lings are moving out, it's going to be 6 Lings for Eon. And again, ideally, Eon wants to avoid this Reaper. Wants to avoid it, but Byan is going right through the center. Oh, we do see Eon hugs the edge of the wall. Let's go. Very well practiced. Eon does avoid the Reaper, just barely. And now he can slip in and go for the CC. And the goal here is to delay, maybe even deny the expansion. SCV is going to be focused down. There is the single Marine here to defend. Boys are being pulled. Byan, he doesn't want to force a cancel on that expansion. We'll pull the boys, we'll shut down the Lings. We'll get 1 SCV, but just the 1. Very nice cleanup here by Byan. Alas, Byan, he only lost 1 worker, killed 6 Lings, was forced to pull the boys, but did save his expansion. So very nice response here by Byan. Did also force him to run back home with the Reaper, but now he can move out across the map. And now it's going to be on Eon to defend. Meanwhile, Byan responding, of course, with a third CC before Starport. Very economic build here by Byan. And sure, even though he was forced to pull some boys, I would still favor Byan's position here. Eon was hoping for more damage. He's hoping for a little bit more. Third base being thrown down. Eon is still mining gas, so this is going to be a big tell for Eon. As the Reaper gets in, not like this. Reaper does barely get past the Queens. I say that is shut down. Nice intercept by Eon. But again, this fast gas income tells us, okay, is it going to be a Lair, a Roach Warren, or a Baneling Nest? It's going to be something. More gases are being taken. This leans more towards something more gas intensive, and there it is. It's going to be the Roach Warren. So Eon is rushing into Roaches. No Lair yet. Behind this, beyond 3C into Banshee. 3C Banshee here from the Terran. Economic, very standard, very safe as well. I mean, Banshees are ideal against Roach Ravager. We'll see what Eon can get done. Eon, he's cutting workers at 38, so he's got 38 workers, just under 2 base saturation, and now he's flooding Roaches and Lings. There's no Lair, there's no longevity in this kind of setup here for Eon. It's very committed, very all in. Just massing Ling Roach. Oh. Into Ravager, I imagine. And if this wasn't a Banshee opener, then this, I mean, there's still a lot of potential here for Eon, definitely. The Banshees are amassing. First Banshee's already out. Going for Harass. Cloak is almost done, and there's no Spore. There's no Spore. Lings is spotted. Roach is revealed. Yeah, the Banshee does respond. Ghost still committed to the mineral line. Ravagers have morphed in, and it's purely Ling Ravager. Does catch 1 Hellion. But the drones, they're going down. They're being shut down by the Banshee. It's all or nothing for Eon. And the second Banshee has arrived and can target down the Ravagers. Despite that, the wall is open. The wall is wide open. Boys being pulled away. The Miles! Do we have any? Ooh, Wild, they will zone back the army, connecting with 1 of the Hellions. So far, so good. We have 2 more Hellions behind this. Biles, they don't quite connect. A lot of SCVs are going down. And the Ravagers being targeted as well. Down to 3 Ravagers, but Lings, can they barely break through? Ravagers bodyblocking the Lings for a moment there. Biles causing a bit of friendly fire. The Ravagers have been cleaned up. And it looks like the Banshees will clean everything else. Yeah, Lings are flooding in, but now there are Banshees, now there are Cyclones. Good position here for Byan. Byan still with a higher economy, with more SCVs. He mules. And this is why, I mean, going 3CC Banshee can be so safe. Like, Banshees, there's nothing to really deal with them. They shut down the Ravagers, they shut down the Lings, and Eon is still all in. Eon, he has spotted the third base. Still just ignoring it, going straight for the main. Stim is done. Nice stutter stepping here out of Bjorn. Trading well against the Lings. But Eon, he slips into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Bjorn down to 33. He's lost how many? 29 SCV kills. But there are mules. Like the worker kills is nice, but the reality is triple mule production. Like the mules are insane here for Bjorn. So now, despite the fact that Eon still has gotten up to a higher drone count, Bjorn still has a better economy. Now we get the lair on the way. This is a late lair for Eon. It is in production. Banshees are moving out. There is a spore at the natural. There's a spore in the main. Okay, there's a spore in each mineral line. Queens have to be careful. Additional spores on the way. I mean, against 3 Banshee, it makes sense. Just because of the low queen counts. Oof. It's going to be another 3 drone kills. Oh, the queen, no! The queen goes out as well. Brutal pickoff. I mean, Bjorn is going to be able to catch a couple more workers. Yeah, just abusing the lack of queens and the immobility of Eon. Just abusing that natural. Eon trying to go into Ling Hydra. Oh god, oh god. So basically just get even more damage done. Ling's getting across the map, but Bjorn is building up. And he's building back up. He's got tanks, he's got marines. Stim is done, of course, 1-1. There's a bit of a missed rally there by Bjorn. Gets to calm down. Just microing his heart out with that one Banshee. And here comes the main army. Here comes the main push. Bjorn has been doing so much with Banshees, but now it's time for this. The Marines and Cyclones are moving out across the map. And without splash damage, it's going to be a tough hold. With its Banelings, Infestor, Ravagers, but alas, Bjorn, he can just stim in, cashes out the Hydras as well. There's nothing to stop the Bio Army. He can stim, and he can win. GG gets called, and Bjorn will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn will take a lead in the series. Again, Eon did kill a lot of workers. Remember, it was 29 SEV kills. Was a good amount of damage, but if a player's opening up 3cc, it's not enough. Not enough economic damage. Bjorn could recover from that, could quite easily just mule and resaturate. Eon needed more. And again, it was just a little bit unfortunate that Bjorn happened to be going into something like Cloak Banshee as well. Was able to target down those Ravagers and clean up the all-in. And now we're getting into game 2. Game número 2. Going to be loading into Oceanborn. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Leading the series 1-0, it is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Zerg player from the land of Costa Rica representing Team License to Kill. It is Eon. Here we go. So players are settling in. And if you recall, last game, Eon did open up pool first. This time, hatch first. Okay, so Eon is calming down. Going for the hatchery on the low ground. So it should be a more standard opener so far. Now, just because the opener is standard doesn't mean we're getting a standard game, but at least in the early game where we're calming things down. Yep, hatch gas pool. Love to see it. Meanwhile, Bjorn is going for the racks on the high ground. No 2-racks Reaper build out of Bjorn. Not after game 1. So likewise, Bjorn going for a standard opener as well. Take a moment to breathe. Take a moment to, embrace the turtle. Let's go. Again, I wasn't quite able to talk too much about it getting into the first series, but for those that are maybe unaware, welcome everyone, welcome to the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. It's an event that we've been hosting on a weekly basis over the past, 3 weeks at this point? Ever since the conclusion of the EPT season, ever since the ESL Open Cups have come on hiatus, we have kind of stepped in with the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, stepping in to help kind of fill in that void of the ESL Open Cups. Not just ourselves, give credit where credit is due, not just us, but also Wardy, Kalara Steadfast, and Rotterdam, alongside Chicken Man and Dave Testa with the Ursasaurus Cup. The entirety of the community coming together, banding together to make sure there's plenty of tournaments and plenty of content out there for the people, for the players. Do appreciate it. Also a shout out to Stegosaurus for providing a boosted prize pool this week, as he has done for the past couple of weeks. Usually the prize pool for this tournament is 150 USD, but this week the prize pool is 300 USD. The prize pool has been doubled. That's a lot of USD, Pat. A lot of USD, and top 4 get paid out. So it is split amongst top 4 players, and this series is to determine our first semi-finalist. Again, once you make it into the semis, you do make it into the money. Back at home, it is going to be 3cc. So same build here out of Beyond 3cc into Starport, into most likely Banshee production. Meanwhile, Eon across the map is pulling out of gas. Yo, standard game. He does pull out of gas. Does have 16 lings on the way. True. But is droning up behind this. So for the most part, Eon opening up economically. Now, with these wave of 16 lings, ideally Eon wants to try to catch these Hellions off guard. If Beyond moves out, then Eon can slip in and deal some economic damage here at the natural. Or ideally, surround the Hellions. So lings are moving out. Hellions, they were spotted by the Overlord. Were they though? They're spotted now. Hellions are confirmed, and that means Eon can go straight for the mineral line. He's going for the workers, going for the SCVs. Bjorn does react in time, does pull away. It's going to be 2 SCV kills. Nice positioning with the Hellions. And Bjorn should be able to defend. Meanwhile, the Hellions are going to get surrounded. Oh my god, the positioning! One Hellion does fall. Lings are going to be cleaned up. They get a second Hellion. They get more SCVs. It's going to be 5 SCV kills in total. But very impressive defense by Bjorn. He was able to pull away. He was able to hold position Michael with the SCVs earlier. This could have been so much worse. Again, a lesser player would have lost more workers. And, Eon did reinvest into an extra wave of lings. And that will eat into his worker counts. So Eon not on the best economy here, but is now getting into his own spores. Getting ready for the Banshees. Building up a higher queen count, so we'll have some anti-air to work with. Hellions are moving out once again. Back at home, you can see this time Beyond, he leaves 2 Hellions to defend in the mineral line. Hellions are revealed, and Eon doesn't pull the trigger. If he did, I mean, Beyond's ready for it this time. Yeah, lings, they go in, Hellions are ready. Ooh, and Eon does force a cancel on the depot, gets 1 SCV, but has to back off. So again, a much cleaner defense. At the same time, Beyond going for the mineral line, getting 4 drones of his own. Oh my god! Did I say 4? He gets 6 worker kills. Yeah, 6 drones go down, and unfortunately, Eon's drone count was a little bit lackluster already. Like, the worker count has been low, so worker kills mean that much more. There's a big blow to the economy of Eon. Behind this, going into an Evo chamber, into Infestation Pit. Stormhost? I'm trying to... I mean, this could be one of 2 things. I doubt we're rushing into a hive this early on. Just because we don't even have 1-1. So I'm... it is Eon, though. I'm leaning towards either Infestor or Swarm Host, but they're gases are being taken now. We'll see. We'll see what he's got. Job Lord being set up. Young getting in position. 1-1 upgrades on the way. Infestation bid is done. And what's it going to be for? What's it going to be, Eon? Lings are amassing. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to Infestors. Tank of the high ground, but Eon, he wants the tank! He wants it! Up! I should be able to get it. The tank is going to fall. Nice pickup. Meanwhile, across the map, Banshees, will they catch a queen? They head for the mineral line. But they will be cleaned up. Lings wreaking havoc, getting 7 SCVs across the map. And we're just lane flooding. We're just flooding across the map. Overlord speed is on the way. The tank was replaced. Yun's so quick to get on top of that. And tank is in position once again. We'll force a bit of friendly fire, but for the most part, the kiting is solid, and Beyond is going to completely shut this down. We'll lose 10 SCVs, though, in the process. But the Lings, they melt, and there was so many Lings being thrown out across the map. Not like this. The Lings crumble, Beyond defends. It is, in fact, going to be for a fast hive. If it's a fast hive, I'm leaning towards Ultras, like an Ultra Rush, but Eon does need a better economy. Eon needs a 4th base. They're going Festers now on the way. So it's going to be Ling Infestor for Eon. No Banelings. And Beyond finally can move out. I'm a little bit concerned here. So Beyond moves out across the map. Expansion under fire. And Eon doesn't have much to work with. The Infestors are popping out just in time, though. Can they land a Fungal? Infestors, they have arrived. Queen goes down, drones as well. Fungal's coming in. Oh, does catch the army. Not bad. And a decent cleanup here from Eon. Only losing 3 drones. And cleans up the Marines. Not bad. Oh. But still can't expand. This is the problem. Like, Beyond has a greater economy. He's on a higher worker count plus mules. And Eon is stuck on 3 bases. Hive is done. Adrenal's on the way, more Infestors as well. The other scary thing is that Eon spent 3 Fungals in that last fight, and he's got 1 Fungal left. Like, it takes a long time to regenerate energy on these Infestors. There's 1 Fungal remaining. Eon does have to make it count. Young pre-spreading. He's ready for the Infestors. Fungals are coming in. Decent connection. And with another Fungal, yeah, we should be okay. Never mind. Just barely not enough Lings. Barely not. Beyond pushing through with reinforcements. Eon should be able to hold on. Still a very close fight. At the same time, Beyond denies the 4th. For a 4th time. Eon just wants to expand. And honestly, that's all that Beyond has to do. Just deny the expansion. Deny the base over and over again. And starve Eon out. Ultra Cavern's on the way, but it's, again, still a ways off. Likewise, no Kai's plating. Nice spread here by Beyond. But he's just rallying across the map, and Eon, he's running out of Fungals. There's 1 Fungal left. Widowmines have burrowed. Ooh, decent connections. They shut down Lings. The Infestors, though. The Fungal does connect, but there's no follow-up. There's no support. Mine shots go off. Infestors survive, but nothing else. And Beyond, he's broken the expansion. He's broken into the 3rd. Drones are falling. Lings, they're trickling in. But without a Fungal, Eon cannot hold. Speaking of, another Fungal connects. Let's go. Eon will clean this up. But at what cost? At the cost of 17 workers. And the Widowmines reset. Oh. Oh. Okay. They're waddling into the mineral lines. There's not much for them to get here at the 3rd. But they drop at the natural. Oh my god, massive connections. 27 drones in total falling. And behind this, Beyond has a fourth. It's a planetary, 5th base on the way. And here comes the next wave. Here comes the follow-up push. Mass Marine, Widowmine. Beyond has an overwhelming army. Now, there are a lot of fungal growths available, but that's why Beyond is pre-splitting. Oof. And despite the fungals, I mean, here come the Ultras. Let's go. The Ultras have arrived. Now, these are 2/2 Ultras. They have no kind of plating, but it is enough to hold. Eon, send it, Papi. Keep going. Eon is all in. He has no third. The third is going to fall. It's all or nothing for Eon. He's got, what, 2, 3, almost 4 fungal growths left. The tanks are pre-sieged. The Ultras have arrived. Kind of splitting, still not done. Oh, we're bleeding out Ultras. Yeah, the Banshee comes back home. The SimCity is brutal. Down to 4 Ultras. Fungal does connect. Down to 3. 3 Ultras left. GG gets called just before kindness plating, and Björn will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Björn as he does claim the series. My condolences to Eon. I appreciate that we saw the Ultras at the end. I do appreciate it. Unfortunately, we just weren't in the best position to get into Ultras. We're in the best position as there was just so much going on. Again, the big kill factor there was just lack of expansion, the lack of Eon's ability to establish a 4th base. Beyond was just so active with his Banshees, with his Marines, with his drop play, with his reinforcements, just make sure that Eon never expanded, was contained, and did peter out towards the end. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Beyond, as well as take the series. And the question becomes, who will face off against him, as Björn has advanced on to the semi-finals, and we can switch our scenes over and have a look at the bracket. !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look yourselves. Nightmare took down Baby Marine 2-0, big win for Nightmare. Nightmare, of course, another Korean pro, another big name in the bracket, favorite to make a deep run. We also have Nickrack versus Epic mid-series. They're in the ace match. That could go either way. Epic, of course, a big player from the North American region, repping NA. Nickrack from Europe, facing off in that TBT, which means we have 1 Terran confirmed for the finals. We have a Terran confirmed for the finals, and we'll see if it's going to be even a mirror matchup finals or a TVP. We shall see. As we have 3 Terrans in the upper half of the bracket, and we have 2 Protoss and 1 Terran in the lower half. We have Geralt and Honmono mid-series. That could go either way. I do want to favor Geralt in that best of 3, but I mean, I could also see Homono taking it as well. Best of luck. Best of luck. Had a lot of Terran today. I noticed that at the start of the tournament. For those that are curious, this is why I jumped on Eon first, because I wanted to cast a little bit of Zerg before we ran out of Zerg in the tournament. Like, looking at the bracket, there's a lot of Terran and Protoss here, so that's that was the big deciding factor why I jumped on Eon versus Lunacy at the start of the day, at the start of the tournament. That was my rationale, at least. As Eon was the final Zerg player, and now there are no Zerg players left. Here we go. Thanks, yeah, Stegosaurus. Beautiful, beautiful. Otherwise, again, if you want to help support the tournament, you can do so via Matcherino. Got you covered there. And we will be casting both semifinals. So we'll most likely be waiting for Epic and Nickrack to wrap up, and then we can follow the winner into Björn, or we'll be jumping into Nightmare versus either Geralt or Homono, whichever semifinals is ready first. I say that, I believe Little Mac is currently covering Nickrack and Epic, so we'll probably try to wait for him so we can jump in together into the semis. Oh, they just wrapped up. My apologies. They just wrapped up. Let's go. And it is going to be Nicaract taking down Epic 2-1. And Nicaract faces off against Bjorn in the upper semifinals. Let's go. We have our first semis. Just need a moment to set up. Beautiful. Okay, we have our TVT. Vetoes are underway, and then we can jump in. Here we go. So we're going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we will have Bjorn versus Nicaract. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Otherwise, again, for those that are curious, this event is a weekly tournament. Every single week, we do have the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and this is the first event of many. Later on tonight, we're going to be casting the Wardy TV Monday Cup, so I'm probably going to be getting a nap. I'm probably going to finish covering this tournament, then going to bed, coming back, then the Wardy Cup, then going to bed, then waking up, and then the Orsosaurus Cup in 24 hours. It's a Sunday into Monday. It's intense here on the CranKy Ducklings. It's intense. But now take this moment to take a break, get some water, get some snacks, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, tuck in your tempest, and get ready for the TVT. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 18. We have our top players lying in wait, and we're jumping into our first TVT of the night. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And in the top left-hand corner, we have the Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. Let's go. The semifinals are upon us. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is, Pappy. You know what time it is. It is time to get your gamba going. Predictions. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series, whether it's going to be our Red Terran or our Blue Terran player instead. Best of luck. Of course, Bjorn is the heavy favorite in the event, but we have seen him brought down before. We have seen even Nickrat bring Bjorn down in times past. What I will say though is that was typically in a best of 1 setting in OSC King of the Hill. In a best of 3, can Nickrat bring it home? Can he turn it on? Can he go and bring everything he has here to the table to bring Bjorn down? I want to believe he can, but we'll see. We're here to bear witness. Double gas opener out of Nickrat, double gas opener out of Bjorn. Both players going for a faster factory, both players going for delayed CCs. So far, mirrored builds. So far, so good. Again, we'll be keeping on any kind of big deviation. With the faster factories, this can lead into Reactor to Reaper Hellion. This can go into initial Cyclone drop, Cyclone Widowmine even. There is potential, as the factories are on the way. And we'll see where this takes us. And when it comes to the previous edition of this tournament, I believe Bjorn is the reigning champion. I believe he had his finals against Trigger, if I recall correctly. I'm going to have to double check that. Yeah, I remember. But yes, Bjorn is the reigning champion. He went up against Trigger last week in the finals. Alas, Trigger is not here this time, unfortunately, to reprise his role. Instead, we have a fresh set of players to step up instead. Behind this, both players, of course, expanding, taking their natural bases, getting into their 1-1-1s. Starports are on the way. And we are going for the initial Hellions, but only a handful of them. Not really committing too hard. So just going to be 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion. Nothing else behind this. No big commitment into additional Hellions. And we're switching into Cyclone. And again, so far we're still mirroring each other. Still mirrored builds. Do see Bjorn getting ready for his own drop play. Medevac is on the way to move out across the map. Likewise, same can be said for Nickrat. We do have some slight differences here. Nickrat, he had his marine production slightly faster. Meanwhile, Bjorn had his medevac production slightly faster instead. So just some very small deviations, but I mean overall the same build. Now, when the medevacs move out across the map, we can enter a really weird game state where if the medevacs miss each other, then we can end up in kind of like a pseudo base trade where we have a drop on both sides, harassing at the same time, or they could run into each other instead, and then it comes down to who reacts first. Speaking of, Nickrat is boosting in, and they will spot each other.
Command center.
Nickrat, he does react in time. Does zone away the medevac. Gets a couple of hits in. Bjorn trying to bypass the drop. Oh! Get some shots off. Likewise, both armies bounce off each other. At the same time, Nickrat gets across the map. But there are Cyclones and Marines, and Bjorn will defend. Bjorn does deflect the army. Meanwhile, he rotates back around. Reapers into natural, getting 3 SCVs. 3 SCVs do fall, and Bjorn is going into the main. Meanwhile, Nickrat is committing across the map. Uh-oh. He is trying to commit. Nickrat does have an army back at home to defend, in between the bases. Bjorn boosts into the mineral line. Nickrat boosting in towards the natural. SCVs once again going down. But Bjorn, he has plenty to defend back at home. There's the Raven, the auto turrets. Bjorn does deflect. And across the map, 4 SCV kills. This is adding up over time. That's going to be 7 SCVs in total. Dropping towards the natural. Getting another worker up. He wants at least 1 more. Does get it. Gets 1, gets 2. 2 more SCVs. Nickrat has potential across the map with his own medevac. But Bjorn is set up, Bjorn is ready, and after all said and done, after the dust settles, Bjorn does have a pretty large worker lead here. He's up 9 workers. Oh, sorry, 11 even. I just woke up, man. I just... Up on workers, 3rd CC's on the way. Now, because Nickrack has lost so many workers already, and he's aware, like, Nickrack, he's aware that he has been bleeding out some units, and he hasn't really been able to get much damage across the map, Nickrack might be forced into something like a 2-base all-in. Nickrack also gets eyes on the third. Will delay. Either that, or Nickrack is going to be pressured to delay the third for as long as possible to move out, and to take his own on location. So we'll see if Nickrack does start his own third expansion, or if he just commits. As he's getting ready for his own move out. He's on 3 Ravens. Looking at the army tab here, we have 3 Ravens, 3 tanks. The downside here for Nickrack is that Björn is building up his Viking count. It's going to be all about the air control. Ravens are good, but if they cannot get close to the tanks and they cannot disable, they cannot break through. So Nickrack is moving out. He's getting a 3rd CC behind this. Nickrack attempting to expand. He's going for a split push. Björn up to 4 Vikings. Drop does threaten the main. Hoping to distract Björn. The Vikings are still on patrol. Ravens move in. Vikings will zone away. We're going for the disables. We get 2. 2 tanks are disabled, but there's still 2 more behind this. The counter disables coming in. And Björn looks like he barely has enough. Takes down the 1st tank, the Marines, the 2nd tank as well. And Björn will clean this up. Again, Nickrack, I'm sure he was hoping that maybe the drop would distract the Vikings. And that he would have an opening, but GG gets called, and Björn will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very, very intense game 1 there. Again, Nickrack, he had definitely an opportunity towards the end, but alas, he was hoping that he could maybe pull Björn's army apart, distract him with the drop, create an opening. That was the one chance that Nickrack had. Unfortunately, barely wasn't able to pull that off. And likewise, Björn, he was able to edge out quite a lead early on with the drop harass. With the drop play at the natural, drop play in the main. But now we're settling into game number 2. We are going to be loading into Dynasty. And we'll see what kind of different builds our players have this time, as we're loading into a very unique map. Into a map with a pocket gold. Now, I'll be honest, this map is often vetoed, and I rarely get to see this map in any matchup. I feel like we see it more often in ZVP nowadays, but we've been casting a lot of Shin. Rarely see it in TVT. But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrack. Here we go. Okay, the gold base is going to be a big factor in this TVT. I don't expect anyone to rush into the gold early on. The reason for this, and the reason why you don't rush into the gold in this matchup or in PvP either, is because range-based units can punish this quite hard. Units like Marines, more importantly, Reapers, Hellions, Cyclones, any range-based unit can deny mining time quite easily here across the map, so our players should be taking standard expansions first, and they should be avoiding the gold until they get map control. That's how it should play out, but we'll see. We'll see if anyone is crazy enough to rush into the gold. We shall see. So we do have Nickrack going for his SCV scout. Björn does, historically in this matchup, avoid SCV scouts in TVT. So as a result, Björn will have the slightly more efficient start, but Nickrack will have more information. As the SCV does dip in, this will confirm the double gas opener. Likewise, double gas for Nickrack as well. Both players opening up in a similar fashion. Now, I don't blame Nickrack for SCV scouting just because Björn is also known for proxying quite often in TVT. So, Nickrack also playing it safe. He's just going to be playing it safe in the end. We'll pull back. That's Bjorn moving out with his Reaper. You can see he's immediately checking the gold. So Bjorn being careful, checks the gold, and gets the hell out of here. Meanwhile, Bjorn is out of position, so his CC is going to be delayed for a couple of seconds. Nickrack pulls away, getting his own on location. So nothing major here, just a bit of a give and take. CC was delayed by a couple of seconds. Ooh, and Nickrack is going for Reacted Reaper. Okay, it's going to be Reacted Reaper Hellion here by Nickrack. A much more aggressive start from the Red Terran. Bjorn instead going for a Marine follow-up into Cyclone. So because of this, there is going to be a small window where Nickrack has a greater army supply to work with, and his goal here is to bust into, ideally, the mineral line, and ideally overwhelm the ground army of Bjorn. As the Cyclone count gets higher, though, Bjorn's defense is going to be more secure. Here we go, Nickrack is moving out. Now, he only gets up to 3 Reapers. Okay, only 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion. Doesn't invest into like 5 Reapers and 3 Hellions. He calms things down, moving out across the map, and we'll see if he can get into the mineral line. There's a Cyclone here on the high ground. He goes for the SCVs. He's going to get 2. 2 SCVs go down. He's going to be shut down. Brutal KDA charges. He cannot escape. And that was not the best trade. Again, the positioning from Bjorn was brutal, just making sure that Nickrack could not get out of there. And now it's time for Bjorn to counterattack. Now back at home, Nickrack, he has his own Cyclone, of course. He has his own Marines in position. But it's still a little bit bare bones. And Bjorn is rallying everything across the map. He knows he has momentum. Let's get the lock on. Taking down the Marines. There's no support either. It looks like Nickrack is going to be able to hold his own, but the Cyclone's taking too much damage. He has to repair. And the repairs are not good enough. The Cyclone falls. GG gets called, and Bjorn will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very intense series. Both Game 1 and Game 2 did come down to the early game aggression and the early game harass. In the end, Bjorn did come out on top in both instances. But GG, well played. GG, well played. Shout out to Nickrack. A shout out not just to Nickrack, but to all the European players that did sign up here for this tournament. I know it's very late. I know it's very late in Europe. I mean, it's okay. It's like what, like, you know, between like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the morning. It's okay. It's not too bad. But I know it's not the best time zone or not the best time slot for European players. So again, big shouts and a lot of respect to the European players that did stay up to compete here in this event. So much love, big shout outs, and again, congratulations for Nickrack to making it this far. May have been knocked out by Bjorn, but Bjorn is the heavy favorite. And despite that, Nickrack still made it into the top 4, and top 4 get paid out here. Top 4 do get paid out, so Nickrack is still going to be compensated for his time for bringing down Epic in the earlier round. And now we're getting ready for our lower semis. We're getting ready for the lower semifinals. And it is going to be a PvP. So we have a Protoss versus Terran confirmed for the grand finals. We're going to be jumping into Nightmare versus Geralt. As we are just setting up. And getting things ready. Okay, so we just got an update. So Geralt did take down Homono 2-1, went all the way to the ace match. Again, I'm sure Geralt versus Homono was a fun series. Last we were busy in the upper half of the bracket, so we missed out on that. But regardless, congratulations to Geralt for bringing down Homono. And that does mean we have our next mirror matchup. Let's go. Let us go. As I believe vetoes are underway. And Bjorn is going to be patiently waiting in those, or in the grand finals. It's catching up. This will be a hard prediction, 100%. I do think that Geralt and Nightmare, I mean, they go back and forth, and it is going to be a closer series between them. Not just that, it's also PvP. Like, PvPs can be very chaotic and very unpredictable as well, so I'm not too envious if you're in the chat when it comes to those predictions. Best of luck, best of luck. So even though sorry, we just got an update. Apparently Geralt is making some tea. Ah. Get your tea, Pappy. It's all good, it's all good. But our players, they need some time. What was I gonna say? I can't remember. Alright, even though Nightmare is going to be the favorite player, Geralt can definitely contest against him, and yeah, because of that, we might just go on a short break here. Looks like our players do need some time to settle in. I need some time. I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen Christiana. Christiana's been missing today and yesterday. He wasn't here. Otherwise expect him. Esther no clone in the chat. You're an animal, Puppy. You're an animal. There's no exposing going on. What do you mean? What do you mean? But our players do need a moment before we settle into our next series. So just going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have the lower semis. We'll be back soon in a couple of minutes. See you then. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the lower semifinals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Welcome. We have our Terran player waiting in the grand finals, and now we're here to determine our second finalist, our Protoss finalist. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And you know what time it is if you're in the chat. Best of luck because predictions are open. Best of luck in the chat. Get your gambler going for the next 2 minutes. You can place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Again, I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. I would not be surprised if this goes back and forth. At the same time, though, I would give the slight edge to Nightmare. But alas, this can still go either way. We'll see. We'll see how this series does unfold. As we are opening up 2-gate opener all around. Nothing too crazy. Likewise, there's no probe out on the map, not yet, to set up for a proxy. As Nightmare does come in with a probe scout. Oh, does take a bit of damage. And Geralt trying to zone that probe away. Last Nightmare will keep it alive. We'll be able to respond, we'll be able to rotate. Likewise, Geralt also going for his own probe scout as well. A little bit later. The pylon is going to be confirmed. Nightmare aware that there is no proxy. Likewise, second pylon is in the main base of Nightmare as well, so no proxy from either player. Everything is looking standard in the early game. No proxy setup. Now from here we're getting into our initial 2 units of choice. Could be double Stalker, Stalker Sentry, double Adept, Stalker Adept. What are we going for? We have the answer. Okay, double Stalker here out of Geralt and double Adept from Nightmare. Now with double Adept, the goal here is to move out across the map, is to bypass the main army and get into a mineral line. 2 Adepts have the potential to one-shot workers. They can one-shot probes, they can be quite threatening to mineral lines. Meanwhile, double Stalker in a head-to-head fight will come out on top. This could be double Stalker into a 3rd and 4th Stalker, a very aggressive start here by Geralt, designed to gain map control and to punish greed. As Stalkers do fan out, the probe is found. And Geralt does get eyes on both Adepts. Gets out the Adepts. Going for his own Adept production behind this. Likewise, Nightmare doubles down, going for a 3rd and 4th Adept as well. Very aggressive start here from Nightmare. Ooh, the pylon does finish. Nightmare's expansion is delayed. Does threaten that shade, but so far Geralt, he keeps up. Does wall off. Geralt is walling up. Adepts are being zoned back. Geralt's delaying his expansion, going for a Stargate before Nexus. Nightmare back at home, still attempting to expand. Yeah, the Adepts are being zoned back home. He is racing back. One of the Adepts taking a lot of damage already. Nightmare is going to be able to expand. But again, now the turns have tabled, and Geralt is going to be the aggressor. With his Stargate, we should be going to Oracle Harass. Meanwhile, Nightmare embracing a Robo follow-up instead. Here we go. Nightmare moving out with 4 Adepts. Geralt likewise threatening a shade as well. Nightmare is not quite in position, but there we go. The probe is now ready. I say that, the Adepts say shade in. Oh, they do shade into the main base. Probes are going to be targeted. They get 1 so far. But the Stalkers are in position. It's going to be 2 probe kills. At the same time, Nightmare is denied. Geralt gets 2 workers. Walls off back at home. Punishes the shade. And Nightmare miscontrolling a little bit here, losing an Adept. One Adept goes down. Oracle is revealed. Going for the Adepts. Geralt wants to be secure. Takes down 3, going for the final 4th Adept as well. On the one hand, it does mean that now there's less energy to harass in the mineral line, but, I mean, there's already 3 Stalkers. There's already 3 Stalkers in position, and there's barely any saturation at the natural. So nice secure damage for Geralt initially, and he's getting into a 2nd Oracle. So more Oracles on the way. Geralt selling into his economy. Nightmare likewise getting ready as well. He has 3 Stalkers in the main, and 2 Stalkers, 2 Stalkers and 2 Sentries at the natural. So Geralt shouldn't find too much damage here. Shouldn't. Can delay the 3rd. Oh, 3rd base goes down, just in time. The probe falls, but did manage to expand in time. And at least Geralt is aware. And it's going to be on the red Protoss to try to punish and deny the 3rd base. So we have double Oracle towards the left. Ideally, this keeps a lot of supply, or as much supply as possible, pinned back at home at the natural. And Geralt sneaks up on the 3rd expansion. Observers in position. Nightmare is aware. Shield battery is denied. Nightmare has to respond. Leaves out a Stalker, catches another though. Trading 1 for 1. So nice trade for Nightmare, loses the pylon. Immortal has arrived at the same time, has left 2 Stalkers in position. But the Oracle's ahead for the main, and the main is exposed. And Nightmare, he had to pull away from the main base earlier, and we'll lose 4 workers, 5 workers even. 6, 7 probes going down. Oh, it is going to cost Geralt every single Oracle, so it wasn't a free trade, but a good trade nonetheless. Does get 7 worker kills. Geralt does take a worker lead. Does have a later expansion, but he's catching up. Geralt is catching up. Reinforcing with Mass Stalker. Back at home, Nightmare, he might have a lower Stalker count, but he's got Immortals. So in a head-to-head fight, I would actually favor Nightmare in this position, defensively at least. Shield batteries finishing up. Force fields as well. Geralt has Blink. He can try to avoid the main army. Gets a Stalker. Gets a Stalker, gets the hell out of there. Geralt pulls away. Third Immortals in production. And with this Oracle, Geralt, he could try to even blink into the natural. Try to bypass the main army. Geralt still has a 6 probe lead. 5 probe lead even. 6 to 5. Slipping into the main, getting another handful of workers. No shield battery. Another 4 probes. Not bad. Getting even more economic damage. Threads the third. Spots the Immortals. Has to respect it. Again, 3 Immortals. That's a lot of Immortals. So Geralt, he can't really contest against the main army yet, but he's getting there. Charge is on the way. Charge, +1. Oh, Nightmare gets across the map. He's not taking this lying down. Nightmare has been stuck defending, and he shades into the natural as well. Getting 5 probe kills. Very nice counter damage. With only 2 adepts. That's what's important as well, is that Geralt had to invest into a Stargate and Oracles to get his damage. Nightmare did not. So there is that back and forth. Nightmare getting up to 4 Immortals. Jesus. That's a lot of that. Now, to compensate, Geralt, he's skipping Immortals. Skipping it entirely, and he's rushing into Disruptor production. The Bay is on the way. That is going to be for Disruptors. And Disruptors, they do outscale Immortals over time, but you are vulnerable. Like, I would say right now, Geralt is vulnerable to a push. If Geralt can buy time for that Disruptor count to get a little bit higher to build up, then he's going to be okay. But Geralt, he has to keep Nightmare busy. And keep him pinned back at home. Until those Disruptors come into play. Oh. Snipes the Stalker. Gets another. Trading 2 for 2. Oh my god, as he loses a 3rd and a 4th Stalker as well. Some very nice force fields for Nightmare. The first Disruptor is on the way. Again, 1 Disruptor is okay, but we want to build up towards a healthier count. The Oracle doesn't get much done. Geralt taking a 4th. Both players are. Geralt still being active. And we're waiting for the move out from Nightmare. If he doesn't move out soon, then Geralt is going to get away with this. And he maybe already has. He's on 1, soon to be 3 Disruptors. Meanwhile, it looks like Nightmare is waiting for his upgrades. Charge about to finish, +2. It's still in its infancy, still building up. So even though initially I still want to favor Nightmare as time goes on, I want to favor Geralt. I mean, I say that, it still comes down to the Novas, and Hallucination Scout confirms. Nightmare's aware. Immediately, his own Robo. His own Robo, his own Bay. Nightmare, he's going to try to catch up on Disruptor production, but there's going to be a big window where he's going to be behind in Disruptors. And he knows that he's moving out. He has to try to trade while he can before Geralt hits critical mass. But is it too late? Again, that's 4 Disruptors. Geralt blinking in. 4 Novas ready. First Nova goes off. Zones away. Catches 2 Zealots. Nightmare trying to rotate around, trying to find another way in. There's 3 Novas left. Another Revelation. Geralt is keeping up. Up to 6 Disruptors. Oh, good. That's a lot of Novas. That's a lot of balls, Pappy. Geralt, he's sneaking up. Up! The Novas go off! Nice connections. Taking out Zealots and Stalkers. Immortals do retreat. And yeah, Geralt, at this point, he has too much to work with. I mean, Nightmare has to back off, has to retreat. Getting to his own Disruptors. Geralt taking up into Sky Toss. He's crazy. Okay. I mean, Geralt is about to max out. And he's looking quite safe here with all these Disruptors. So, Fleet Beacon's on the way. Dark Shrine is on the way. Geralt, so far, this game has been one step ahead tech-wise. Now he's going up. Decent connections. Trading out 1 Disruptor for 6 Stalkers. Not a bad trade for Nightmare. Now, Geralt has not thrown down a second Stargate, so this could just be for a Mothership. Could just be for the Mothership, for that support. Geralt is maxed out. So is Nightmare. We have 10 Disruptors versus 6. Novas do graze the army. There's going to be zoning. There's going to be 4 Novas on cooldown for Geralt. He has 6 left. Nightmare setting up a massive Zealot counterattack, and it does force a recall. Oh, recalling the Disruptors, though. It is going to be enough. Bearing in mind the recall is now on cooldown. Nightmare is slipping in from behind, going for the main. Novas taking down Zealots. The flanking Nova! Oh my god! Massive connection on the Disruptors. And Nightmare getting caught out. The Novas, they come in from both sides. Nightmare does get into the main though. He goes for a massive Zealot warp in. But alas, there's a shield battery, there's a cannon, there's an overcharge. Geralt, he defends with DTs. Very nice defense. No detection for Nightmare. Stealths are shut down. Nightmare rotating. He's down to 3 Disruptors. Oh, blinks in! He's crazy! Oof. That was a bold blink here by Geralt, losing out a lot of his Disruptors. Yeah, Disruptors are shut down, and Nightmare, he can take the fight. Again, that was a very bold move by Geralt. He plummets in supply. He lost every Disruptor. 5? Sorry, 10. 10 Disruptors going down. The Disruptor count was reset. Geralt down to 2. The massive advantage that Geralt once had is not there anymore. 1 wrong step, 1 bad fight. It can be brutal. Geralt going for a DT counterattack. Now Nightmare has the Disruptor lead. Up on Disruptors. Mothership's on the way. Geralt will get on top of the sick. Nightmare coming in from behind. Up! Massive connections. But the Immortals do survive. Nightmare is trying to catch out the army. Comes in for the flank, takes down the 2 Disruptors. Geralt bleeding out a little bit too much. Yeah, losing an Immortal as well. The losses are stacking up for Geralt. He's getting his own expansion though. He's getting his own 5th. Massive Zealot counterattack, this time with an Observer. This time DTs will not be enough. Oh my god! Nightmare getting caught out. Geralt being cheeky. And this could still go either way. Even though Nightmare has a supply lead, I mean, Disruptors, they can pop off at any moment. That was what, 4 Disruptors going down? Yeah, 4 Disruptors. So very nice catch for Geralt. He's still in this. Fleet Beacon's on the way. The Mothership is at the expansion. Looks like Geralt is set up for a defensive recall, if need be. Again, Geralt, he's throwing out blind Novas, like, just in case. I mean, hey, it can work. As the game does settle from here. Very intense couple of moments. The game is calming down. Nightmare threatening the expansion, but there's a wall of cannons and shield batteries. Nightmare going to try and bust in. Nova goes off. Gets a Zealot. More bases being taken. Geralt trying to flank the main army. Gets the Observer. Nightmare going for a massive Zealot DT counterattack, which is going to be spotted by the Observer. Geralt is aware. He does respond. Disruptor's coming in from behind. Up. Again, bold move. Likewise, Nightmare also rotating as well behind the army. Geralt, he's spotted. Up! Nerves go off. Some okay connections. Getting a couple of Stalkers. But the expansion is denied. That was cancelled. Was a cancel in the end. Army's rotating around. Geralt going for his own DT counterattack. Is spotted by the Observer. Nightmare pushing in. T needs to get out of here. Almost flanked from both sides. Nightmare going to be forced to recall. Does recall back home. Nova's going up. Oh, Nightmare shoots first. Nightmare does connect. And the DTs are going to be cleaned up. I say that one Dark Templar still being so annoying. But it's finally found. Meanwhile, now we finally have a second Stargate. Tempest. Tempests are on the way. They're building up for Geralt. Tempests are building up. Disruptors are amassing. Nightmare once again denying the 6th base. I mean, Nightmare does have the higher base count, does have the better mining. But Geralt still has a massive bank, at least a mineral bank to work with. Not the most important bank, but a bank nonetheless. Geralt's a little bit trigger happy. Still denied his 6th expansion. But again, the Tempests are the ideal unit here in late game PvP. Up! Nova's going up. We do catch 2 Disruptors. Not the worst trade for Nightmare. Bearing in mind, he's trading minerals for gas. Zealots for Disruptors. Ooh, massive Nova's going up though! Oh my god. The second wave barely not connecting. Both armies taking a lot of losses. Nightmare has to back up. Tempest might have been revealed. Ooh, and Nightmare is going to carrier production. I do favor the Tempest versus carrier. Tempest do bonus damage to massive units. Fun fact, they do bonus damage to carriers. Zealot dropping to the main. Nightmare going for a counterattack. Geralt out of position. Oh. Is out of position. But there's a lot of cannons to buy time. Geralt does respond. Nova goes off. Catches a handful of Zealots. Phoenix coming in for the lift. And Nightmare has the back off. He does take down a lot of static defense, but does not get the expansion and bleeds out 2 Disruptors in the retreat. How many Tempests? 5. Ooh, 5 Tempests for Geralt. That's a lot of Tempests. Catches the Stalkers. I do still favor Geralt's army. Nightmare he responds with 14 Stalkers. So Nightmare going Mass Stalker. That's going to be his answer to the Tempest. But he's going to be dealing with 5 Disruptors on the ground. Like, Mass Stalker can be an army if they can avoid the Novas. Again, ideally, kind of the ideal composition in late game PvP is Tempest Disruptor. Tempest throwing everything away, and ideally the Disruptors throwing away the ground army as well. Ideally. Good connection. 3 Stalkers go down. Down goes a carrier as well. Both players go blow for blow. Nova goes off. Catches a DT. Oh. I will say that the Stalker count of Geralt is looking a little bit low. I should say the supportive units for the Disruptors are looking low. As once again the sick base is denied. Geralt long distance mining. Geralt, he's on 7 Disruptors against the 6 of Nightmare. DTs get across the map. Geralt coming in from behind. Trying to catch out the Stalkers. Up! Very big connections. Slightly in favor of Nightmare. Catching a Disruptor. Oh my god. At the same time, DTs wreak havoc. They take down the base and the mineral line as well. 17 probes go down. 18 workers. As the armies do clash. Again, everything is on a knife's edge. Geralt does lose a base, does lose an expansion, might lose another. Nightmare taking it for himself. The Nevis! No, Nightmare! He's not looking! Oh my god. Not bad, takes out a carrier. More Disruptors. Another carrier as well. Again, Tempest, they reign supreme. I still do favor Geralt's army. But Nightmare has the economy. Nightmare taking every other base on the map. The army is spotted. Nightmare going for a counterattack, going for, once again, a base with so many cannons. And Geralt has plenty of time to respond. Geralt coming in from behind. Nova's catching out the Archon. Nightmare has to go through all the cannons. Geralt catches 2 Disruptors. Flanking Nova's coming in. Up! Catches even more. 2 Disruptors left. And they're not on cooldown. Geralt, he can chase this down. Activates a cloak. Nova's going off. Oh my god. Massive connection. Geralt, he is running out of units though. Running out of steam. Bleeding out 28 workers. These DTs. They got the mineral line. 28 probes go down. Geralt has the higher army supply. But the economy is what I'm concerned about. I mentioned before that Geralt had a bank. He still does, but the gas bank is what's concerning. Geralt, he has half the gas bank of Nightmare. Geralt hasn't been losing Tempest though. He's been very efficient, still making more Tempest. Soldiers are coming in. They deny the side defense. Gee, how many Tempests? 9! Soon to be 12 Tempest. That's a lot of Tempest, papi. Meanwhile, we have the surround. And charges from one end. Stalkers as well. Ooh, is there detection though? There is not. No detection. The mothership coming in clutch. Massive connection. Geralt, he will lose the mothership. But are there enough to deal with the Tempest? The Observer coming in. Tempest going off. Tempest did survive. They can kite back. Yeah, the Stalkers, they cannot engage, not into an overcharge. Ooh, once again, though, a massive connection. All the Tempest did survive, though. Stalkers coming in. They try to focus out whatever they can. They get 1. They get 2. Oh my god, they get 2 Tempests, but the Stalkers, they get annihilated, and Geralt, he will take the fight. Once again, though, Nightmare, he's got so many bases, so many expansions. And Geralt did lose most of his ground army. Say most of it, did replace it with DTs. And remember earlier I spoke about the bank? Geralt, he's out of gas. He's out of gas. He has 100 gas in the bank. He needs gas income desperately. Even though Geralt, he's been, I would say, trading a little bit better, but running out of money, running out of resources, down to 37 workers, down to essentially 2 base economy. Tempest have been doing well. Oh! But Nightmare, he's been working with a cheaper army. Now, at least Geralt has established a base, right? He's finally gotten this base up and running. It took all game. It took 25 minutes. But he has the base. Oh. Nightmare catching out another disruptor. Geralt pushing in, gaining ground. And it's going off. And again, this expansion still has value, still has gases. Geralt can't afford to lose it. Nightmare sharking around. Up! Almost getting another Tempest. Yeah, only 2 Tempests have fallen this game. But soon to be 3. 3 Tempests go down. DT's attempting to harass. Nightmare's not looking! Oh my god. Reconnections. Takes down 1 disruptor, mainly stalkers. 2 more disruptors go down. Geralt with the control. Does our trade. Which is good, but he needs to at least deny some mining of Nightmare and take his own. And it's going off. Once again, better connection for Geralt. Takes down another disruptor. Takes down another. Massive shout to Squirrel Fund in the chat. Papi, thank you so much for resubscribing for 5 months. Gracias, papi, gracias. So Rambai running into the side defense. Nightmare still has potential with all these stalkers at the same time. Up! Doesn't avoid the Novas. DTs, they hit the gases, and finally the gases are shut down. The gases, the disruptors. Geralt down to 1 base economy. 11 workers fall. And this is all that Geralt has left. He has to retake these gases, but the DTs, they come back in. And this is killing Geralt. Again, he has a larger army. He's been trading better. Like, it's been impressive. But he's broke. Nightmare coming from behind, pulling Geralt apart. Stalkers, they hit the natural, going for the production. Catching out a disruptor. And another as well. Geralt, does he respond? Does he not? He's having a hard time deciding. He decides not to. He's pushing in. He gives up on his expansion. He commits to the fight. And will claim the expansion. And trading a base for a base. Ooh, never does connect. But again, Nightmare has plenty of mining, has plenty of economy. The space doesn't really matter as much to Nightmare. Ooh, takes down the mothership. Nice pick up here by Geralt. It's the mothership. Takes down some stalkers. Will eventually claim the base as well. Yeah, Nightmare forced to recall. Oh no! Ooh, massive connection. Nightmare escapes with only a handful of stalkers. The base is going to go down. At the same time, though, the main base is falling for Geralt. His production is tech. Geralt has a couple of gateways, has 1 robo. And what you see is what you get. This is the army, the final army of Geralt. But he does still have that army lead. It is how much? It's 10 Tempest, 7 Disruptors, and 14 Stalkers against 46 Stalkers of Nightmare. Again, it's mainly Stalker DT for the Blue Protoss. Meanwhile, more bases are falling. Nightmare still has an expansion, is now taking the base of Geralt. There's still gas to mine from. Not much gas left. There's like 500 gas. Almost 600 gas. But gas nonetheless. Geralt trying to catch out these Stalkers. Recall's on cooldown. Nightmare has overextended these Stalkers. There's no way out of this. Has to start a step back. This is actually a big loss for Nightmare. Losing so many Stalkers. That's a lot of gas here. Yeah, big overextension. Nightmare coming in from behind, but this is not a fight he can take. He's going for the mineral line. He's going for the economy. At least trying to. There we go, it's a whole position. Ooh, so many probes going down. Nightmare tries to escape. Geralt taking another expansion. Claims the base of Nightmare. I kind of want to favor Geralt now. Not gonna lie. Nightmare, he lost a lot of Stalkers in that counterattack and it wasn't quite worth it. Lost a lot of DTs. Nightmare, his own gas bank, he's burning through it. Like, the economies of... Well, I should say the banks are pretty close. On the one hand, Nightmare, he has a larger gas bank, but he's going to be losing more Stalkers during the fights. Geralt has been more efficient. And he needs these gases. He needs the gases. Oh, on top of that, though, Geralt, he has to rebuild the production. Production has to be rebuilt. Another base is going to be going down. Once again, trading a base for a base. It's going up. Massive connections. It's also going down. Nightmare will take down the Nexus, but again, there's not really much value here. But yeah, with Tempest Disruptor, I think Geralt has this. I'll be honest. I say that Nightmare going back into Disruptor production. Okay. I see you. Back into Disruptors. Gas is being taken. Technically, Geralt could claim this expansion and take these resources as well. And Nightmare, he's on 1.5 bases. Does face check, does run into the Tempest. Geralt, he has to fight for this base. Take it, man. On top of that, he's supply blocked. Yeah, like the problem here, Geralt, he has to rebuild the production, rebuild all his pylons. Geralt needs time to make use of this economy. Well, to make use of the mining, I should say. I mean, it's not much of an economy. He's trying to do what he can. Oh. Nightmare being cheeky. Up! Up! Never goes up. Nightmare just shoot first. Nightmare a little bit trigger happy. Up! Gets another disrupt, another 2. Better Nova's here for Nightmare when it matters most. The pressure is on. He wants those disruptors. He goes to the knife! Ooh, takes a massive nose to the face, takes 2! Nightmare, he did second guess himself. Not the best blink. Losing how many? That was 21 Stalkers going down. 21 Stalkers, that's crazy. We can't afford that, Bappy. We can't, oh my god. It's coming in. At the same time, though, Geralt is down to 1 disruptor. That is the only thing stopping Nightmare from collapsing in. And Nightmare, he's ready for the surround! And 1 disruptor, it's all that's left standing. Nova goes off, does connect! Yeah, Nova connects, but now the Tempest are exposed. We come in with a full surround, and Nightmare looks like he has enough. Just barely takes down every single Tempest, and again, there's no support, there's no production. Nothing to reinforce, and Nightmare, he has done it. It's a very tense game. When he breaks through, there's only 4 Tempests left. The Disruptors, the Novas, the Balls Bat. GG gets called, and Nightmare takes game number 1. That was game 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations. Nightmare will take the first game. This is still the beginning of the series, though. Oh my god. That was very tense, though. Very tense. Very tense game state. I mean, for so long, it felt like Nightmare was in the driver's seat, but again, Geralt went for a more efficient army composition, went Tempest Disruptor, even though Geralt by no means had the economic advantage for the majority of the game. Even though Nightmare had a massive gas and mineral bank, Geralt, he was able to hold his own. He was able to hold his own and able to, yeah, just have such an Such an intense game state there. Whew. Here we go. We're jumping into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. And we'll see how this story ends. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 3. But there's also like so much that happened in the last game as well. Again, like Geralt initially he was just out trading Nightmare, had the better disruptor control initially, but he was denied his 6th expansion for so long in that game. Regardless, GG, well played. And now we're jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the South Korean Protoss player leading the series 1-0. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Towards the end of that game, I was so concerned for Nightmare for the fact that Geralt, he was taking more expansions, getting his mining back up and running. But again, as we were also pointing out, Geralt had no production, so even though he was able to get some economy going, he couldn't rebuild his Tempest, for example, or he couldn't rebuild his Disruptors. That was, I would say, the biggest part, actually. Maybe the deciding factor is that as Geralt, throughout the end of the game, as he was bleeding out Disruptors, he just wasn't able to replace them. They just could not be replaced. And eventually, Nightmare did overwhelm. If Geralt was actually able to get his Robos up and running in his Bay as well, then maybe a different game state, but Geralt needed more time. Did need more time for his production. Regardless, GG, well played. A very, very intense game 1. And now we can calm things down. Gate expand? He's crazy! Even MaxPax doesn't do this. This is a gate expand, not even gate Cybercore. Even MaxPax isn't willing to be this greedy. Nightmare. Calm down. So, for those that are curious, this is the greediest opener you can go for in PvP. I mean, I guess outside of Nexus, like just Nexus, right? Which is even more crazy. But regardless, gate expand before Cybercore. And it's on Geralt to punish this. The pressure's on the Protoss and, well, I mean, the other Protoss. And Geralt is setting up for a proxy pylon. And this should be for a proxy Stargate. So again, this makes sense. It's going to be Adepts on the ground and Stargate in the air, or Oracles in the air. And Geralt needs to punish the greed of Nightmare. I'm sure he can. Likewise, Nightmare attempting to scout. Nightmare does get eyes on at least the first 2 pylons, but he does not see the 3rd pylon. As we can see, it's across the map. Stargate's on the way. First 2 Adepts are moving out. We have a 3rd and 4th Adept behind this as well. Again, Geralt just going for mass aggression. Adepts, they can harass the mineral lines, so can Oracles. Geralt getting a probe into the main, walling off the ramp. Uh-oh. Ramp is walled off. Just being annoying, getting a read on what's going on. Adepts a shade into the natural. Probes are going down. It's already 2 probe kills. Almost 3. Up. And 2 probes so far. Not a bad start for Geralt, considering he does save all of his Adepts. Adepts, they do get out. More Adepts on the way. Well, Geralt actually shading back into the mineral line is going to cost him an Adept. Less than ideal. Meanwhile, Geralt, he still has no expansion. Oh, Nightmare with the pylon block! Forcing the unnatural natural! Not like this. Oracle busts into the main. Sorgs are in position. And Nightmare, he's ready for this. Nightmare, he defends his main, defends his natural. Geralt forced to expand at the 3rd instead of the natural base because of the pylon. Oh, Geralt's in a rough position. So far, the harass hasn't been too successful. I say that he does get in. Let's go. 5 probes falling. Adepts a shade back in. 7 probes, 8 probes going down. And Geralt does take a worker lead. That's a good start, but still not enough. Getting another probe. 10 probe kills. Now, the big concern here for Geralt is, even though he has killed a lot of workers, that is true, still on one base. Geralt is still only making one probe at a time. The second Nexus is still not finished. So Geralt needs more damage. If he was on 2 bases, that would have been enough, but still not. Behind this, Geralt getting into his own blink. I believe Nightmare has gone for a Robo. Yeah, there's a Robo follow-up instead from Nightmare going into Immortals. Should be working on Immortals. As both players are calming down. Again, Geralt's in with a bit of an awkward expansion pattern. But we have evened up the worker count. And Nightmare will maintain his role as the defender. Nightmare's going to be building up Immortals and is going to be stuck at home with Immortals as well. And Geralt will have the more mobile army with Blink. As Blink is almost done and Stalkers are moving in. Stalkers are moving in. Do you have our first Immortal here on the low ground? Geralt bypassing the main army, can Blink into the main! Can, and he will. Set up for the main base, gets eyes on the pylon, stasis trap as well. Nightmare, he's turned away. Does trigger the stasis. Pylon does fall. Nightmare defends. Robo stays powered. Second Immortal has arrived. Oracle back into the main, getting another 3 probe kills. Geralt pulling Nightmare apart. Not bad. Nightmare taking his third. Geralt threatening another dive. Blinks in. Gets another Stalker. Oh, gets 2. Trading 2 for 2. Sentry as well. Nightmare forced out of the main. I'm sorry. Geralt forced out of the main. You know what I mean. the other Protoss. Gets eyes on the third. Geralt taking his own. Third base is much faster for Nightmare. Bear that in mind. And so far, yes, Nightmare's been losing some Stalkers here and there, some Sentries, but he has held. And he's building up that Immortal count. And eventually, we're going to hit critical mass of Immortals, and eventually Nightmare will move out. He'll be able to move out across the map with that heavy Immortal-based army. Geralt trying to be cheeky. Stasis traps are denied. Blink is halfway done. Nightmare getting his 4th Immortal. Sorry, his 5th Immortal. Jesus. Getting up to 5 Immortals. That's crazy. That's a lot of Immortals. Nightmare getting a little bit adventurous. God, Geralt's getting adventurous. You know, God. I haven't had breakfast. Geralt getting adventurous. He does pull away. Behind this, getting his third, getting into charge. Now, charge is going to be a big factor in the next when it comes to the next big fight. Charge also do an amazing job at tanking shots from Stalkers and Immortals. Because of that, ideally, Nightmare would also want Archons, but he has not taken up into Templar Archives. Archons are currently not... There we go. Never mind. Templar Archives on the way. And Nightmare, he should be moving out with the completion of this Templar Archives. With a warp in of High Templar and Archons. Meanwhile, Geralt, once again very similar to the previous game, is skipping Archons, skipping Immortals, and going into a bay, going into Disruptors. It's similar to game 1, but not quite. In this game, it's been... I mean, Geralt has been more desperate for damage. Just because of the opener. Gets another 2 probes. Geralt's still being active. But if Geralt can buy time, if he can distract Nightmare long enough, keep him busy, and get into his first round of Disruptors, then Geralt is going to be okay. And he will be able to survive the move out. The bay is now done. First Disruptors on the horizon. Geralt just needs a little bit more time. The disruptor, it's coming. Meanwhile, first wave of Archons are on the way. Geralt, he's getting ready for a counterattack. And here comes the move out. Is there a Warp Prism? There is no Warp Prism here for Nightmare. So no way to reinforce. Zealots, they hit the fourth. They force Nightmare to turn around. He races back home. And the Zealots, they don't kill the fourth, but they didn't need to. Remember, this was all about buying time. And Geralt, now he has his first Disruptor, second and third Disruptor on the way, a Fleet Beacon as well. Again, very tech heavy. Geralt's going for a Fleet Beacon and a Dark Shrine as well. This is quite risky. I mean, it was already risky going into Disruptors like this. Even more so working towards DTs and a Mothership. But Geralt is getting away with it. And again, it feels like Nightmare has missed his window. Now he's getting into his own Disruptors, which means we're now getting into a longer back and forth game state. Nightmare just now working his second Robo. Let's play catch up when it comes to those Disruptors. We could be in for another long one. We're headed in a similar direction to the previous game. Nightmare. Oh. Avoids and overs. Disruptors are revealed, of course. Geralt also working on +3. And the armies will back up. Again, pushing into an army with Disruptors is a very difficult thing to do. Like, the Defender has a big advantage. But alas, Geralt, he hasn't made use of the Fleet Beacon yet. No Mothership in sight. But there we go. Stargate's on the way. Second Stargate, I should say. Kind of the first one. I mean, the first one is still out on the map, but it should be shut down eventually. It's not safe to make a Tempest from this Stargate, I should say. Oh, as Geralt is getting cornered. Uh-oh. He's gonna have to recall. He has to recall out of here. He's gonna try to escape, but he's gonna get cornered. Nova's going off. Massive connections. Oh my god. Not like this. Geralt losing every single Stalker. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, was playing with fire there. Did get heavily burnt. And now Geralt, he has no map control. He has a lot of Disruptors though. That's a lot of Disruptors. But they have no protection. They have very little support. Geralt is vulnerable. Starport on the way for... Oh, sorry. Stargate on the way for Nightmare. DT counterattack. Depowers the gate, the cannons. Forces a recall. Not bad. This will buy time. Even kills the expansion. Very nice DT counterattack here by Geralt. Again, he's buying time to replenish his army and to rebuild those Stalkers. Okay, Geralt, he's okay. Does force back the army. Builds up the Stalkers. Up to how many Disruptors? 10? Jesus. That's 10 Disruptors for Geralt. And there it is. Mothership's on the way. Tempest as well. Second Stargate. Third Stargate. I do think these Stargates are delayed. Bearing in mind that one of them was proxied. So Geralt is going to take him a little bit longer to really embrace Tempest production. But he's getting there. So once again, Disruptor Tempest is going to be the composition for Geralt. And Nightmare hasn't really been able to... Oh no! Jesus. Hasn't really been able to break this. Likewise, unlike the previous game, Nightmare doesn't have that massive economic lead. Not yet. Never's going off. Nightmare shoots first. Ooh, massive connections! Trading 4 for 4. Actually, an even trade with Disruptors. 4 Disruptors going down for both players. Geralt being cheeky. Up. Looking for those shots. Leading out some stalkers. Geralt going for the gold. The observer does spot the disruptors though. That will scare Nightmare off. And Nightmare, he doesn't check. Oh no, sorry, he is aware. And it's on Nightmare to deny this. The gold base is going to be a big factor here in this map. On Golden Aura. Tempest is revealed. Never goes up. Nightmare peels off a couple of Immortals for the expansion. I don't think this is good, just because Immortals, they're outscaled at this point. It's like, Nightmare, he wants to get rid of them. Geralt double expanding. Ooh, that's going to be 2 cancels on the expansions. That's going to be 3! Up! Just the 2. Same time, Nightmare trying to work his way in. Denies the northern expansion as well. Oh, wait, he does it again! Up! Oh my god, just barely not. That was almost a kill on the Nexus. Geralt has been contained on 5 bases. Is working on the gold. We'll see if we can hold on to it. Meanwhile, when it comes to Tempest count, we're up to 3 Tempest and 9 Disruptors. We're still zoning away. I imagine this time Nightmare is not going to try and go into Carrier, and with these Stargates on the way, Nightmare, he might go into his own Disruptor Tempest composition as well. That would make sense. Especially after game 1, I'm sure he's very respective of Geralt's army control. Speaking of, catching us with Stalkers. Gold base getting up and running. This is a big moment for Geralt. Gold base is getting saturated. Nightmare tries to rotate over. Does outposition Geralt. Nightmare, he has the ramp. Yeah, the ramp is in control of Nightmare. Geralt's unable to fully push in, but does make it through. Nightmare backs off. Getting ready for his own Zealot run by. Mothership's on the way for Nightmare. The gold base is fully operational. Gases haven't been taken yet. Losing a Disruptor. Geralt does shoot first. Gets one. Oof. Trading 1 for 1 even. Nightmare trying to make use of these Zealots. Does thread the needle. Heads for the natural. At the same time, Nightmare does outposition Geralt. Once again, abusing the ramp. Doesn't quite connect. Almost. Again, this ramp is... it can be brutal if Geralt's not in position. So far, he's been keeping up. Tempest production has now begun for Nightmare. Gold base now securely in favor of Geralt. Nightmare taking his own base. Disruptor's coming in. Go, no! He's not looking! Oh my god. Thankfully just grazes the main army, but catches 2 more Disruptors. It's gonna be 4 Disruptor kills. Up! Nightmare pulls away in time. And you have to be so careful. You have to be so attentive to your army when up against Disruptors. If you're not looking at the wrong moments, then that could be it. That can be game. Now, on the one hand, Geralt has the gold. On the other hand, Nightmare's up 2 bases. Or he's up a base. 7 versus 6. Gold base does compensate. Nightmare rotating around. Catching a free Tempest. Some DTs as well. Nightmare might bleed out some of these Immortals, but again, Nightmare, he wants to get rid of them. Let's go up. Zoning away. Nightmare, he has caught up in Tempest production. They've yet to reveal themselves. Nightmare with 6 Tempest against the 5 of Geralt. Upgrades still slightly in favor of Geralt, though. +2 just finished up. That's going to be another factor we have to bear in mind. Just because it's a dynamic that we didn't have last game is the Tempest upgrades. Those members are going up. Once again, catching Geralt off guard. Up! Getting another Disruptor. Trading 1 for 1. You see Nightmare just trading out his own units to make room for more Tempest. So when it comes to the upgrades, Geralt does have shield upgrades. He's been investing quite heavily. He's working on +3 shields, +3 air attack as well, so 3 is on the way for Geralt. Meanwhile, Nightmare is behind when it comes to those upgrades, but I believe has a higher Tempest count. Yeah, Nightmare, he's got more Tempest, and at the end of the day, that might be all that matters. Ooh, that's 12 Tempest to 8. Like, Disruptors... unfortunately, so Geralt, he has too many Disruptors. He has a lot of supply in Disruptors, not in Tempest. And Disruptors that don't shoot up. That's 9 Disruptors for Geralt. And Nightmare just doubling down on more Tempest. Let's go up. Geralt, he... ooh. Will lose his Disruptors. And Nightmare, he zones the army away. Geralt, he cannot engage. He's having a hard time engaging, I should say. And Nova going off. We spoke about that ramp earlier. Geralt trying to respond. It's going down. Snipes the Tempest. Gets the Mothership. Up. Barely. Mothership goes down. Nightmare still up 3 Tempest. Takes out Mothership as well. Yeah, Nightmare, he can take the fight. Just head-on engagements. There's no Stalkers to support on the ground either, and Geralt, he has to back off. There's too many Tempests for Nightmare. Stalkers are coming in. They get 2. Oh, they get 1. Yeah, they catch a Tempest. Still very tense. Geralt does save the expansion. Getting another. Another base getting up and running. The Tempest count is very close, 7 to 6. I say that. Another wave just finished off for Nightmare. Now, because Stalkers are going to be a more deciding factor here, like the Immortals, they have their place for Nightmare now. Have their place. Nightmare, he rotates, finds the expansion. Geralt catching reinforcements. Very nice catch. Takes down 2 Tempests. Nightmare coming in from behind, collapsing on the main army. Sorry, Geralt coming in from behind, collapsing on the main army. Nightmare getting flanked. And Nightmare bleeding out a lot of Tempest. Yeah, Tempests are going down. A much better trade for Geralt. Geralt has... sorry, Nightmare has to retreat, and Nightmare forced to reinforce with mainly Stalker. Okay, the game's swinging in favor of Geralt. Let's go. Let's catch him out, coming in from behind. We do have some DTs wreaking havoc. So 15 probes going down, and the army's out of position. Geralt, do we recall? Door base is exposed. Yeah, Nightmare, he may be down on Tempest, but he does have a more mobile army. Takes down the Nexus. Geralt trying to respond, but Tempests are not the fastest of units. And Nightmare, he gets away. Cripples the economy. The banks are still comparable. Tempest count is even. Stalker count in favor of Geralt. I mean, because Geralt is down on workers, he has a larger army supply. It's going up. Speaking of throwing away probes, yep. Geralt just freeing up more supply. Getting a greater army. Oof. As all the bases on the map have been taken. And I would want to see Nightmare also throwing away some probes. I mean, he has more like saturation or more patches available to him, I guess. Oh. Losing a disruptor. There we go, 11 probes going down. There we go. I think Nightmare, he just threw them into cannons. So Nightmare does free up supply. Catching out a Tempest. Still very close. We'll try to respond. Coming in from behind. Base is under fire. Nightmare, he does spot this. Nova's going up. Oh, getting some disruptors. Nightmare has to evacuate, has to pull away, doesn't get the base. Oh, God. In a delicate dance with these armies. Nightmare, I believe, down to only 2 disruptors, catching out another Tempest. Geralt does barely save the expansion. Let's push the side of defense. Nightmare does have a massive mineral bank, but that's not the biggest factor. Bear that in mind as well. That really means more potential stack defense and zealots. All of it will come down to gas. Like the previous game. And Geralt, it looks like he will take down this expansion. And trading a base for a base. Nightmare, he is late to respond. No, who is it? No! No! God, I was concerned. As it looks like we might be losing one of our casters. Shout out to Akadon. He was casting alongside a little Mac. Thankfully, there's no big fight going on. Right now, Geralt is laying siege upon a base. Likewise, Nightmare is pushing in through the center. Like, the main armies weren't clashing is what I should say. Thankfully. So it's not a micro-intensive situation, but we will be losing one of our observers. It's all good. Whew. And Geralt, after he takes down top right, he could try and go for another expansion, or of course recall back home. And I'm not so sure if Nightmare can really get any value here with his own counterattack. We'll see. Like, this space doesn't mean as much for Geralt, I should say.
Game paused. Game continued.
Okay, we're good. Okay, top right is going to go down. Nightmare going for the third. In a way, trading a base for a base. Nova's going up. Oh! Quite able to catch Nightmare. Nightmare, we do have Tempest back home though. Yeah, looks like there was a recall. Tempest did make it back home. Third Nexus does fall, but again, didn't really matter too much for Geralt. As he did deny a mining base, loses a Robo. Robo goes down. Nightmare re-expanding. Nightmare plummeting in supply, but he has a bank. And he's going to replenish this with so many more Stalkers. 17 Stalkers warp in. Oh. Nightmare going for the gold. Going for bottom left. Recall is on cooldown. Catching a disruptor. That's one. Bottom left. I mean, the side defense has been buying a lot of time. Zelda warping in, and yeah, Geralt should be able to defend. So recall. At the same time, Nightmare going towards top right, trying to pull Geralt apart, abusing the immobility of these armies. There's the overcharge. Cannons, they almost get a Tempest. He wants it. Oh, he won't get it. Stalkers, they come in to reinforce. Tempest getting low. One Tempest goes down. At the same time, Nightmare coming in from behind. Again, he's trying to pull Geralt apart. Attempting to. Up. Let's go off. Stalkers, they try to catch a Tempest. Unable to. Geralt, he holds his own. Tempest still wreaking havoc. But Geralt, he will defend. He will keep up. Geralt, he does take both bites. Up. Even trapping these Tempests. Tempest falls. And Nightmare, he's stuck with a bit of a subpar army. Geralt, he's up to 14 Tempest. And Nightmare, he went full Stalker. These are the only Tempests for Nightmare. He's going Mass Stalker instead, reinforcing with 17 more. Is it enough? No disruptors. Uh-oh. No disruptors for Geralt. Mass Stalker can overwhelm. Takes down another Tempest. Nova goes off, doesn't quite connect. Had potential. Ooh, and Zealots, they come in to reinforce. Because they do struggle against Zealots. Meanwhile, these 4 Tempests are still wreaking havoc. They will eventually be cleaned up, eventually. Nightmare rotating as well, going for the gold. There's still mining going on. There's still some saturation here. And we might just trade a base for a base again. Bottom left for top right. These are expensive losses though for Nightmare. Down to 3 Tempest. Expansion goes down. Geralt can try to take this as his own. Yeah, sending out a probe. He's going to attempt to expand. So it's going to be ground toss versus sky toss. in a way. Where Nightmare, he's just had enough of Tempest. He's done with it. Get me out of here. And you could definitely argue that Nightmare is a faster player. We'll see if he can use that speed to his advantage. Going for another expansion. Geralt going to respond. Nexus does fall. Baits out the stasis. Geralt down to 1 base economy. That can be a factor. I mean, so is Nightmare. True. Nightmare long distance mining. The banks are still comparable. And Geralt does have a more efficient force. In a head-on fight, I do favor Geralt. Ooh. Yeah, late blink for Nightmare. Leaves out a lot of Stalkers. Geralt, he's on 11 Tempest. And I do think the best chance for Nightmare is to pull Geralt apart. Like, he cannot win head-on. There's no shot. Nightmare, he has to try to bypass the army, get another expansion, get another base. Once again, long distance mining. Let's go. So also denying that with an expansion. Has to pull away. Will attempt to defend with his own DTs, but there are oracles as well. Other probes. Nightmare, he has to respond. Rotating towards the north. So is Geralt. Somewhat. Uh-oh. Geralt is keeping up. That's 21 probes going down. Tempest is still terrifying. Bleeds out a Tempest. Ooh, and we spoke about the banks earlier, but Geralt now has a massive gas lead. He was almost at 5k gas. Base goes down. And again, Nightmare needs a miracle fight here to bring things in his favor. I'm talking some Novas. Speaking of, keeping Geralt pinned. I mean, all that Geralt needs is his space. True. And production as well. Yeah, Geralt is being zoned away. The ground army cannot engage. Nightmare going for the natural. Depowers the production. At least the robo. And Geralt will back off. Sorry, Nightmare will back off. Geralt, he responds in time. Oh, bit of a miss rally here from Nightmare. Leading out a good chunk of stalkers. Every stalker does count. And this also does telegraph like the movement of the main army. So Geralt knows. Again, just mismovement or miscontrol from Nightmare. Nightmare going back into Tempest. Still long distance mining. And what's terrifying for Nightmare is that this top right hand base is potentially a Geralt base. Meanwhile, Nightmare once again going in, going for the main. Might have to recall out of here. Yeah, okay. He backs off. Takes down the natural. Is threatening the production. +3 ship armor on the way for Geralt. And again, the problem here is that once this space mines out, Geralt, he can just maneuver his entire army towards top right and take another expansion. And again, just focus on defending that. Oh my, that's... Meanwhile, the Tempest count has been building up. Just a little bit. That's now 15 Tempest. Oh boy. Nightmare, the entire time, he's been building up his own Tempest, Papi. I underestimated. I was like, oh yeah, he's gonna have like, 5 to 10 Tempest. No. 15. Uh-oh. Nightmare, he has a comparable army now. He can fight against this. Now, Geralt still has a bank. Geralt, he can trade. Nightmare cannot. As Geralt has, what, 3.6k in the bank. 3.6k gas, I should say. But Geralt, upon seeing the Tempest, he respects it, he backs off. He wants none of it. Nightmare also has an upgrade lead as well. He's got 3-3. And Tempest going to be engaging. Mothership gets one shot. -300, -300. He's zoning away. Ooh, yeah, the Tempest are getting too low. Yeah, Geralt bleeding out a lot, and it takes a long time to replace those Tempest. Does take a long time. Nova zoning away. Geralt trying to rely on Stalker reinforcements instead. Nightmare has to back off. Stalkers have arrived. Nightmare, he's running out of money. Running out of resources. Oh! There is a will connect. Raising the Stalkers up. Almost a big connection. Nova's on cooldown. Yeah, the Stalkers are punished. And Nightmare, he is out trading. Also overextend for a moment. Trading a Tempest for a Tempest. Massive connection. Tempest going up. Still very close. Nightmare bleeding out a lot there in the retreat. Is attempting to retake top right. But Geralt, he's there to deny it. Tempest can is neck and neck. Disruptor and Stalker can as well. Army supplies are very close. Nightmare going for the mining base. Slow. Oh. Zones. Nightmare going for the production. Gets a Stargate. Gets a gateway. I do think getting the gateways is actually quite smart. But Geralt is now out of minerals. Uh-oh. Geralt, he's got gas but no minerals. It's the opposite problem last game. No. We're out of minerals, Faffy. That was going up. Not bad. Likewise, though, it's not like Nightmare's rich either. Still long distance mining. Top right is denied. There's still a lot of resources left here in this space, but no one can mine from it. Disruptors are spotted. Oh! Nightmare shoots first! Massive connections! Yeah, massive catch! Ay, ay, ay. Disruptors do go down. That was what? 4 disruptors. There's 4 left. 4 Geralt. Gets a Tempest. Gets 2. Oh, big catch. 2 Tempests go down. 3 left. Army supply in favor of Geralt. Never goes up. Up! Supply connect. Nightmare down to 2 Tempest. I do favor Geralt's army, but it's still very close. Ooh, losing another Tempest, down to 1. The Tempest of Geralt, they reign supreme. Nightmare going for the Novas. Does reset the Disruptor count. But that might have not been worth it. Yeah, it looks like Geralt, he has enough. He does overwhelm. Catches out the Stalkers, gets the final Tempest. GG gets called, and Geralt, he ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. GG. GG, well played. Geralt, he does bring it back. Again, this time he did have a stronger economy getting into the mid to late game. Despite Nightmare's, again, tenacity though. I mean, Nightmare, he was an animal. He was just constantly counterattacking, harassing, going for massive Stalker counterattacks and run-bys, and was pulling Geralt apart. Did build up a pretty hefty Tempest count as well. But unlike the previous game, Nightmare did not have the economic advantage. Did not have that economy. He was unable to hold on to top right, and Nightmare, he couldn't, trade the way that he did in game 1. And eventually, Geralt was able to take it. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 3. Let's go. If our players need a moment, then I'm more than happy to have a small break. If they need... No, that's fine. They're just going for it. They need no breaks. Crazy. Oh my god. As we're headed into the ace match. We're headed into Ghost River. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Let's go. Let us go. Mutual Cannon Rush? No. And we're loading into Ghost River. Ghost River has a short rush distance by ground. That is true. And we could see some aggression early on. But I will say, based off of game 1 and game 2, it does look like Geralt is more confident when it comes to his late game army control. I'm referring to that kind of Tempest Disruptor composition. Geralt has been the first to kind of initiate teching in that direction in both games. So I imagine he doesn't really want to be hyper aggressive early on. I feel like the onus is going to be more Nightmare. Like, clearly Nightmare, he wants to be more active, he wants to be more in your face. We saw that when it came to his army movements, when it came to his compositions as well. But we'll see. We shall see. For now, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Nightmare, 2-gate opener out of Geralt. As a reminder, last game, Nightmare did open up Gate Expand. He went for a very greedy opener, and it was on Geralt to harass and to tie things up. And I mean, he did. Even things up even. Now we can take a breath, take a moment. And if you're in the chat, if you maybe run out of water, run out of snacks, I do recommend hydrating, of course. Refill your water, get some food, get the kettle going. We're going to be here for a while. Let me... I'm calling it a bit early, but this could be another half-hour game. Double Adept. Double Adept open out of Geralt, double Stalker from Nightmare. This does tell us, of course, that Geralt is going to be the aggressor here with the initial Adepts. The goal here is to move out across the map to threaten the shade. Nightmare is going for a Robo before Expand. Does Nightmare even expand? The Robo has been placed. I mean, I guess he was forced to delay because of the pylon. Makes sense. So Nightmare forced attack. Adept's getting in position. Geralt setting up for his own expansion. And it looks like both players are going to be expanding. I said third gate. One base will win. Let's go. Okay, if you can hear, if you went to get some food, come back, Pappy, come back. Nightmare is going for a one base all in. Geralt is expanding. Let's go. Geralt's still trying to piece it together. Let's say threaten the shade. And the Adepts say do not get into the main. Geralt is still in the dark. Oof, it's going to be forced to recall. And again, we have 3 gateways. We have the Prism on the way as well. It's all or nothing for Nightmare. Back at home, Geralt is setting up. Does have a safety shield battery. Shield battery is set up. Going for his own third gateway and a defensive robo. So far, a good response by Geralt. But it comes down to the execution. It comes down to the control. Now, watch the all-in fail, but still do some damage, and then Nightmare expands, and then we end up another, and then we settle in. So for now, Nightmare is committed. Going for another warp in. Ooh, Adept's a bit of a mistake here from Geralt. Does commit to the shade. 2 Adepts go down. Every unit does count in this kind of game state. And Nightmare pushing in. Can juggle back. Overcharge gets popped, but he takes out the sentry. And sentry does fall, and Geralt, he's up against the wall. He has to buy time for his Immortal. And the Immortal does pop out. The Immortal has arrived. That's still a massive Stalker army. That's 15 Stalkers for Nightmare. Oh, Overcharge runs out as well. Yeah, there is no Overcharge. There's no backup shield battery. Greater concave for Nightmare. So far, the juggling is solid. And Geralt, he's bleeding out a lot. Stalkers are going down. Yeah, Geralt, he lost control of the natural. The expansion is going to fall. But bearing in mind, Nightmare still has no base. He needs more than that. He needs more than just a Nexus. Geralt, he's supply blocked. Oh, now is not the time. Geralt's no pylon on the way, no supply whatsoever. Pylon now gets thrown down. That could just kill him. No, he can't reinforce. Pylon and a shield battery. Not like this. The fatigue getting to Geralt here. Nightmare shading in. As the concave locks down the Immortal, is going to be saved. And that's juggling out of Geralt, but the gateway is going to fall nonetheless. And Nightmare just forces his way up the ramp. Shield battery's almost done. Nice force field. Slows down the retreat, and Geralt holds. Geralt is holding. He's holding the line. That Epsay shade into the mineral line though. 5 probe kills. Nightmare is getting economic damage. And he's expanding. It's happening. Nightmare, he has dealt some critical damage, killed a base, got into the mineral line. And show us the Nexus. Geralt moving out with the counterattack. Yep, Nexus has been placed. Now the goal for Nightmare is not to kill, now it's to contain. It's to contain Geralt for as long as he can. Likewise, though, Geralt could even force a cancel on the expansion. Okay, the Immortals have a right, that's a kill. Here's a kill on the shield battery, going for the expansion, forces a cancel. Even catching out an Immortal. Oh my god, Geralt! He's popping off! Gets the Immortal! Immortal goes down. Forces a recall. And both players are still stuck on one base. And the Immortals were the MVPs. Behind this, now Geralt can expand. And so can Nightmare. So, after an intense start of the game, after the initial all-in from Nightmare, where he did do some critical damage, but likewise, Geralt, he was able to force a cancel, able to deny the expansion, and both players are calming down. We're calming things down. We are taking our natural bases. It's still too early to call, you know, a longer late game again, but that's the direction that we're headed in for now. Both armies are moving out there. Trying to give over the prism. Jesus, that's 4 Immortals. I don't think Nightmare can push into this. Not into 4 Immortals. And Nightmare is backing off. Adepts into the main, getting 2 probes. And Nightmare has to retreat. A Twilight Council on the way. Nightmare recognizes he has to take up. Both players going for their own drop harass. Immortals into the main. And Immortals into the natural. Nightmare's in position. No! Geralt! Oh my god. Whew. Okay, does pull away in time. Does pull back. Thankfully. Both players still playing with fire. With their immortal drops. Geralt rushing into the bay. This is a very fast robotics bay for Geralt. I mean, he's been rushing into disruptors every game in this series, but this is even faster than normal. Geralt, he wants those disruptors. Watch him throw down the fleet beacon. Watch it. Watch him start Tempest production. We're getting there. But this fast bay into these fast disruptors tell us that I feel like Geralt wants to hit a timing. I feel like he wants to try to snowball out of control early on with early disruptors. Never mind. Never mind. Twilight Council's on the way. Gateway. Okay. Now, if you were in the kitchen, and if I brought you back earlier, I made a mistake. You can go back to the... Can you get some food again? Oh, no. As both players are building up, Blink is on the way for Nightmare. Likewise, Geralt is moving out with that first disruptor, as I did mention. Nightmare does spot this with the Observer. Nightmare is aware. He's getting ready to the top of the ramp. Now, a big factor of Ghost River is these ramps are brutal. There are a lot of choke points here, both this ramp at the natural, this ramp here at the third. Nightmare's ready, at the same time going for his own drop. There he goes off. Doesn't quite connect. This does force a big reaction from Geralt. He does pull all the way back to the natural. And that means Nightmare can push in. Nightmare is moving in. Is no third. Geralt, he does respond in time. Nightmare has to back off. Gonna make his way up the ramp, taking a third base. As the disruptor count gets higher, Nightmare's ground army is going to be that much less effective, and is forcing a longer game. Nightmare's still poking in. He still wants that third. He wants it, and he's going to get it. Third base is going to be denied. Geralt not quite in position. He's going for the dive. He flicks in. Gets one, he gets both. He locks down every single disruptor and the immortals as well. Yeah, Nightmare finally the fight he was looking for. He cleans up the army. And he's snowballing out of control. Yeah, Geralt, he gets caught with his pants down. And Nightmare, he can keep going. He can keep pushing. There's one disruptor left. He flicks in. He can send it. Again, it's been a very, very intense series so far. We've had non-stop late game, but here in the ace match, GG gets called as Nightmare pulls Geralt apart and will take the series 2-1. Nightmare advances on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Nightmare does end up catching Geralt again. Unfortunately, Geralt, he wasn't quite in position to save the third. Likewise, wasn't quite in position to deflect the main army. Was caught out in the open. GG, well played. Whew. This time we avoid the late game. It's a little bit bittersweet. I think part of me would have enjoyed it to get into another half-hour game. Would have been something. But regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations to Nightmare. But a shout out to Geralt because he played phenomenally in this series. Even in game 1, I do feel like Geralt, he had the better late game army control, both in game 1 and in game 2. Game 1, there was a different factor at play, if you recall. It was due to the economy, the greater economy of Nightmare, we could afford to be inefficient. Game 2 wasn't the case. Here in Game 3, we almost stabilized into a longer game state, but Nightmare in the end did end up pulling apart the attention of Geralt. Congratulations. Congratulations. And with that, we have our grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. And a shout out to Little Mac in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast as well. For those who do not know, Little Mac was also covering the matches on his channel, was covering the semis. It was a long semifinals as well. It was a long PvP. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope you did enjoy. And welcome everyone. Welcome to the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Welcome to the CranKy Ducklings. And we're getting ready for the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. Alright, getting ready for those finals. And this can go either way. I would say that Bjorn is going to be the favorite player coming into this, but I don't expect a 3-0. We have seen Nightmare bring Bjorn down before. I wouldn't say his favorite, but he has made series out of this. He has brought Bjorn down in the past. We'll see if we can do it again. Bearing in mind, this will be a best of 5 grand finals. So we are always, papi, always. De nada. Oh my god. Oof. What a series. What a series, man. I saw the chat. The good news is, because of how late the expansions are, this game could go in even longer. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, late game on Ghost River can be a bit of a stalemate. It's possible. Meanwhile, for those that are tuning in, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Again, if you want to help support this tournament, you can do so via Matcherino. Exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat if you want to help support this tournament. Otherwise, merely watching, merely following us. We do stream here on Twitch. We stream on YouTube as well. We're live on both platforms. And because of that, the VOD on YouTube is instantly available as well under the live tab. So if you can't watch live, if you want to rewatch that PvP semifinals, once again, you can do so. I mean, you can watch the VOD here on Twitch, or you can watch it on YouTube as well. It is available to you if you wish. Otherwise, our players are just conducting their vetoes and getting things sorted before we jump in. Likewise, if you may be tuning in for the first time, we do stream here on a daily basis. We cast on a daily basis for the most part. We were live last night with the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and we are also going to be live later on tonight with the Wardy TV Monday Cup as well. Quickly checking the schedule, the Monday Cup is going to be in 9 hours. In 9 hours time, we're going to be live once again for some more StarCraft, and in just under 24 hours, we're going to be live with the Ursasaurus Cup in 22 hours from now. So back-to-back-to-back broadcasts. Plenty of content on the channel. Because of the Wardy TV Cup that's later on tonight, usually whenever we cast at this time, I usually go live on my personal channel and have like a ladder session or a ladder stream. But because we have 2 casts today, I'm probably going to have a nap. I'm probably going to, like, after this tournament, I'm probably going to get some breakfast, I'm going to get some food, going to have a nap, and then hopefully be well rested for the Wardy tournament later on. The Wardy tournament is at a less friendly time slot for NA viewers. I do know that. It's more catered towards Asia and Oceania and Europe. You know, that VODs are available of that tournament if you want to watch later. VODs will be available. Also, I should reiterate as well, that Geralt, because he got into the semifinals, top 4 do get paid out. Top 4 are paid out, so he did make it into the money. He's going to be compensated for his time. So shout out to Geralt. As a reminder, this week there is a 300 USD prize pool. It is 140 for the champion, 80 for the runner-up, and 40 USD for the semifinalists as well. So now Geralt, he can get some rest. I know it's very late in Poland. Get his rest, to get some sleep, and get ready for tomorrow's tournaments. Because the tournaments, they don't stop. They don't stop coming, and here we go. We're jumping into the grand finals, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss, currently teamless, looking for a team, deserving to be on a team. From South Korea, it is Nightmare. And if you're in the chats, it's time. It's time to get your gamba going. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck for this best of 5 grand finals. As a reminder, going to be best of 5, not best of 3. And this is a prediction for the series, not for the game. So it is a greater prediction. So we are calming things down. Going to be double gas here by Byun. Double gas opener. Going into a faster factory, going for a more delayed CC, and Nightmare with the Probe Scout will be able to confirm. Will confirm. Girl playing at 4 AM, what a gamer. Exactly. That's why I always do champion, or do want to give credit to the European players that play in these tournaments, just because it is not a good time slot for European players at all. But, you know, it might just be normal for Geralt anyway. He could just be full degen, and could be like Clem, you know, just game at like 4, 5, 7 AM in the morning and wake up at like 3 PM at night, or in the afternoon. Not like this. Not like this. Get some rest, Geralt. Get some rest. As the probe is going to be recalled back home, will escape. Again, Nightmare was able to scout everything in the main base, get a read on what was going on, and does keep that probe alive. Back at home, gate expanded to Cybercore. Okay. I was like, where was the music? It's on. There we go. There we go. Our players will calm down. We have our take of choice from Nightmare. He's going for not a Twilight Council, a Stargate. Gonna be a Stargate opener from our Protoss. Most likely Phoenix, but could open up Oracle instead. Nightmare does have options. Likewise, Beyond setting up here in the center of the map. Crimson Court is an interesting map as well, has some unique features. The biggest one, of course, being the fringe areas of the map. They're, of course, walled off by minerals, by rocks as well. Because of that, you do have to put in a little bit more effort to expand in these locations. Likewise, to also harass in these locations as well. Because of that, we have seen some later games on Crimson Court. You can wall off, can split the map in half. The Reapers, they get into the main, they get 2 probe kills. 2 probes go down, we get a 3rd probe as well, and a full scout of the main. Beyond does confirm the Phoenixes. 3 probes in the scouts, well worth it here for Beyond. At the same time, Hellion into the natural, gets another worker. 4 probes go down, 5 probes, oh my god. Beyond getting so much with so little. I mean, hey, that's Beyond getting a 6th probe. 6 in total, 3 in the main, 3 in the natural. Brutal losses for Nightmare. Now it's going to be on Nightmare to counterattack. He's getting into his own Phoenix count, of course. Attempting to gain his own map control. Back at home, Beyond is building up. He's aware of the Phoenixes. He's building up Vikings, Cyclones, Marines. Anything and everything that shoots up. To make sure his mineral lines are safe and sound. And we'll catch the first Phoenix. Oh, brutal catch. No, no. Does get away. Barely. 4 HP. 1 shot away from going down. But again, a brutal start for Nightmare. And Beyond, he has momentum. He's moving out. He knows how vulnerable Nightmare is. There is a shield battery. There's an overcharge. Nightmare, he has the tools to defend, but is it going to be enough? Oh, poking in. Shaving off the energy on the shield battery. They threaten the dive as well, but the shield battery is out of energy. We have to force the overcharge. We're hoping to, at least. Beyond waiting for reinforcements. Likewise, more warpins from Nightmare. Getting up to 4 Stalkers. Beyond gets a Phoenix. Let's catch a Phoenix. Likewise, Viking taking a lot of hits as well, but that's still 3 Cyclones. There's the overcharge just in time. Whew. Saves the Stalker. The Viking. Nightmare holds. Oh my god. Nightmare, he barely will hold. Being quite adventurous though, gets punished for it. Leading out another Stalker. But Nightmare, he moves out. Beyond has to back off. Going for lip harass in the main. As Nightmare takes his 3rd. Oh, was misplaced, unfortunately. That PvP may be taking its toll here on Nightmare. Again, that was a long series, and our players did not ask for a break. So a little bit unfortunate. Liberator is going to go down, though. Nice catch, getting only 1 probe. So nice defense by Nightmare. He's establishing his 3rd base. We're calming things down, settling in. Immortal Production, Twilight Council, soon to be Colossus as well as the Bay is done. Nightmare attempting to embrace somewhat Phoenix Colossus. I say somewhat because it's only 2 Phoenixes. So, very few Phoenixes to work with. And Beyond just doesn't stop. I mean, he saved all the Cyclones earlier. He's moving out with his 2 tanks. And he wants to deny that 3rd. And the tanks will siege up in time. They're within range. And Nightmare, he cannot save this. He's going to try, though. Yeah, massive tank load is going up. Phoenixes, they threaten a lift. Cyclones do reposition. Phoenixes are zoned away, and this base, it's going to be a tough hold for Nightmare. No shield battery, no overcharge. Colossus has arrived, but it might just be too late. Phoenixes are coming in. They get denied. The Phoenixes go down one after the other. Massive tank volleys. The Immortal falls. And now the Colossus is exposed. GG gets called, and Beyond takes game number 1. GG, a very aggressive game out of Beyond. Just never really giving Nightmare a moment to breathe at all. Moving out with his first couple of Reapers, with his first Hellion. Cyclones as well. Just constantly in Nightmare's face. And with that, GG. Game 1 goes the way of Beyond. GG, well played. Meanwhile, a massive shout to Comrade in the chat. Gah, papi, gah. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 2 months. Another month as a duck. Ah, quack, papi, quack. Hope you're enjoying the content. Hope you're enjoying the casting. And welcome. Welcome back to the pond. Do appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Again, hope you enjoy your emotes. Hope you enjoy your replay packs. Speaking of, if you wish these replays for yourself, then you can do so via becoming a patron or by subscribing to the channel. We do provide replay packs to our subscribers via Discord. There's a Discord channel in our server with those replays available if you're interested. Otherwise, we're jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, leading the series 1-0, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player. The Red Protoss down in the series, but we didn't really get to see much out of him in Game 1. I'm sure we can here in Game 2. It is Nightmare. Again, in Game 1, Nightmare was just torn apart by Beyond. The non-stop aggression, the non-stop harass. And Nightmare just had a hard time keeping up. But now we're loading into a larger map. Rush distance by ground is longer on Alkyone. I'm sure Nightmare can embrace the mid-game here a little bit more freely. Now, once again, double gas. Double gas opener out of Beyond. Once again, going for a faster factory. This led into initially Reaper Hellion harass into Cyclones in Game 1. Here in Game 2, we could do the same, or we could go for something different. This can lead into a Widowmine drop opener, can lead into a 1-1-1 into Tank Banshee, can lead to initial Cyclone drop, and Beyond has options. Beyond does have options. Beyond probably went to walk his dog, got breakfast, groceries in this time. Beyond, he got married, had a kid. This kid graduated. And he waited a lifetime, Papi, for the finals. And he's speeding through it. No, not like this. So there's that factory, into the CC on the low ground. Likewise, we can see Beyond just scouting the left-hand side, checking the third base, making sure there's no proxy pylon. Making sure everything's as it should be. And Beyond once again is going for the same opener. Once again, second Reaper and Hellion. So double Reaper Hellion here for Beyond. Across the map, Nightmare this time is not going for a Stargate opener. I mean, a Stargate opener can leave you quite vulnerable just because you're working with so little in the early game. This time Twilight Council. Twilight Council has been placed for Nightmare. This should be for Blink. And is it just going to be 2-gate Blink into a third, or is Nightmare going to commit to additional gateways? We shall see. At least early on though, we'll have plenty of Stalkers. Beyond does dip in. Does get eyes on the second Stalker. And this time he won't quite be able to break through. Bleeds out his Hellion and a Reaper. But alas, Beyond gets a full scout, gets eyes on the Twilight Council, gets a probe. Gets one probe, but will lose every single unit. This time a much cleaner defense from Nightmare. Trading out one probe and one Adept for 2 Reapers and a Hellion. Compared to the 6 probes of Game 1. Like, it was a rough start. It was a rough start in Game 1. Here we're looking much better. Gateway explosion on the way. That's going to be 3 gateways at the natural and 1 gateway in the main. That is 4 gates in total. So 4-gate Blink out of Nightmare. He's done being the defender. He wants to be the aggressor. And Beyond is in the dark. Now we spoke about the potential follow-up here off of a double gas opener, and it is going to be Widowmine drop. Widowmine drop from Beyond. And the purpose of this drop is not just to get some damage done, but to scout and to count the gateways. Beyond boosts in. And he does get eyes on all the gateways in the natural. He's fully aware of what's going on. He's fully aware of the 4-gate blink. So a big moment here for Bjorn. Gets a Stalker and 2 probes. It's an okay trade. But again, more importantly, Bjorn has seen everything he needs to. He's aware of the gateway count, and back at home, he's walling up. He's walling up here in the main. Tank is on the way as well. Bunker on the low ground. It's going to be on Bjorn to fortify himself as best as he can to survive the counterattack. To survive the 4 gates. Now, this is not an all-in from Nightmare. It is aggressive, that is true, but he is expanding behind this. And I believe... Ooh. Nightmare did not make a War Prism. No War Prism here for Nightmare. So interesting. It's going to be 4-gate blink into just some light harass. Nightmare's trying to take up. Alas, it's going to be punished for it. 2 probes going down. Now, a big reason why I think Nightmare is doing this is because he got scattered. So Nightmare, he's respecting Bjorn enough to know that he can't really punish him anymore. So Nightmare's trying to take instead. Blinks into the main. Going for the tank. Oh, he's going to get it. Tank goes down. Gets a tank and attempts to get away. Will escape with every single Stalker. Very nice movement here at a Nightmare. Does pull away. Does manage to pull away. Nice trades here from Nightmare. Behind this, rushing into Storm and getting his 3rd. So on the one hand, this is a bit of an inefficient build from Nightmare because he's, you know, not actually making use of his additional gateways. But again, it was designed to try to catch Bjorn off guard. And to hope that Bjorn overreacted to the 4-gate. As Bjorn is breaking out. Moving out with his Marauders. Stim is available. Oh, the auto shot harass continues. Another 4 probes fall. Solid damage here by Bjorn. Bjorn getting map control, waiting for his upgrades. +1 is on the way. Combat shields. 3rd base on location. At least Nightmare has eyes on this. I had eyes on this. The Observer gets sniped. As Bjorn is getting ready for his move out, remember, Storm has completed for Nightmare. He's got 4 High Templar, 4 Storms. Is going to be ready for the push. Nightmare even being a little bit more proactive. Trying to engage with the main army. Out in the open. So Raven is rotating into the main. Nightmare trying to move out. He will take some tank volleys to the face. Oh yeah, brutal position. Zealots, they do melt. Yeah, rough start for Nightmare. Bleeding out a lot of Zealots. Storms are coming in. First Storm zone, it zones. An okay 2nd Storm. He's got 2 left. Soon to be 4. That is 6 High Templar in total. Bjorn has to back off, getting his Star base up and running. Again, because Storm is revealed, Bjorn, he knows he cannot push up that ramp. He cannot push into the Protoss, not without EMP. But the Ghosts are coming. The Ghosts are on the way. Once EMP arrives, then Bjorn can be more aggressive. Then he can be more decisive. Observer gets sniped. Over the turtle. Beautiful. At the same time, Nightmare bypassing the main army. Does come in from behind. And he's defending with the bare minimum. 2 High Templar, 2 Storms. There's 2 Storms back at home. Bjorn, he scans. He's going in. First Storm gets spent. 1 Storm left. Up. Oh, massive Storm on the army. Oh my god. Bjorn takes it to the face, but it might not matter. Another flanking Storm. Another Storm comes in. Nightmare coming in from behind. And it looks like the Storms, they just completely blanket Bjorn. Feedbacks as well. Bjorn's army is barely standing. Dives into the main, gets 10 probes. Going for the prism. Doesn't quite get it. The army is heavily overstimmed and stormed. It's battered and bruised, and it is going to be cleaned up. Nice defense by Nightmare, and Bjorn overextends. Again, Bjorn got baited in. Nightmare was ready for it. I thought it was 2 storms, but there were 3. Bjorn is going to be trapped. And this was an expensive loss as well. This wasn't just a bio army. This was a ghost. I believe there's still 2 more ghosts inside, or 1 more even. So 2 ghosts, 4 medevacs. Beyond rebuilding back at home. And Nightmare can regenerate that energy on those High Templar. Beyond moving out once again. Nightmare does spot this. Again, this army movement from Nightmare has been unorthodox, but I mean, it's been working out for the most part. It's been okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure Nightmare wanted to properly surround the army, but we'll see if he can do so. Nightmare finding his splash damage, getting to a second robo. Colossus production has begun, so it's going to be Storm and Colossus. Beyond backing off, getting his own 4th. And the game will settle. Both players are building up. Getting into their economies. 5th base on the way for Nightmare. Beyond investing into +1 ship weapons. This should be for Vikings and eventually for Liberators as well. Beyond is getting there. But now focusing on Vikings. Double deal with the Colossus. Beyond's army gets spotted. Nightmare once again rotating towards the right-hand side. Okay, pulling back. The Observer does spot the movement. The Metarex is still alive here in the corner of the map as well. Yeah, Bjorn is just posturing. Bjorn has no intention to commit to a big fight. He's still waiting for waiting for 2-2. Upgrades are still on the way. Ooh, does miss the Observers. Both of them barely out of range. Barely out of vision. Building up more Vikings. 2-2 is almost done. At the same time, Nightmare getting ready for his own Zealot run by. Observer finally gets found. Just the one. The other is in position. Oh, nice EMP on the Stalkers. But here come the storms. Massive storms on the army. Zealots, they come in from behind, and we set up the surround. And this is what Nightmare wanted. Surrounds the main army, shuts down the Vikings. And we can keep going. And Vikings are being cleaned up, and Bjorn, he plummets in supply. Does go for the drop once again. Going for the mineral line. Ooh, Nightmare does respond with it, with almost everything. Uh-oh. Bjorn was vulnerable, but Nightmare, he races back home. Cleans up the drop. 7 probes go down. Bjorn, he buys time. Pulling the boys to repair. Building up more reinforcements. Nightmare is still maxed out. Nightmare still has the advantage. Send it back. But has he taken too long? Stalkers have finally made it. EMP going up. Oh, nice EMP on the High Templar, but there's still a storm left. Still a storm left over. And multiple storms even. Army is being zoned away. 3rd base under fire. And massive Archon shots going off. And we still have those storms. And momentum is on Nightmare's side. And Bjorn needs more time. Storm zones away. There's 3 storms left. Soon to be 4. Soon to be 4 storms remaining. Colossus now in the mix as well. Nightmare can keep pushing. Once again, he avoids the EMP. Oh, EMP grazes 1 High Templar, but there's still 3 left. Nice mine shots though. They do connect. The Nightmare should be able to brute force his way through. As long as he avoids the EMPs. reinforcements on the way. Beyond has expanded towards the north. But Nightmare is going for the kill here and now. Massive EMP does connect. Nightmare, he has to respect this. We have the concave in favor of Beyond. He's so close to bringing down those Colossus. Takes down the Archon. And the EMPs have been brutal. Nightmare, instead of backing off, he reinforces with more zealots. He just wants to end the game here and now. He wants it. He wants it, Bobby. But the EMPs they've been brutal the entire time. They've been on points. They haven't connected with the High Templar, but they have connected with everything else. There's still storms available. Another wave of reinforcements coming in. Nightmare is maxed out. Oh, here come the storms! Finally! Yeah, Beyond is trapped. Oh, there's no way out of this. Massive storms connect! And Nightmare, he will make a series out of this. GG gets called, and Nightmare takes game number 2, tying things up 1-1. GG. Again, a very beautiful setup from Nightmare. We saw it attempted earlier on in the game when Nightmare was trying to set up the surround, but that's when Beyond committed to the drop into the main. Then we had the big second engagement, the big second fight. With Nightmare, he had storms from one end, zealots from the other. Completely just surrounded and shut down the main army. GG. GG, well played. Whew. We have a series. We have a best of 5. That's all I wanted at least. No 3-0s, not between these two players. Nah, not at all. Now we're jumping into game number 3. Let's go. I thought Nightmare was going to collapse and it was going to be a fast street. No, no shot, Papi, no shot. Have faith in the Nightmare, Papi, have faith. We're at least getting 4 games. I'm hoping for an ace match, I'm hoping, but we'll see. Game 1 was rough though. I understand the sentiment. we don't have to talk about game 1. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. As we're getting into game 3 and spawning in the top left hand corner of Side Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, tying up the series. Forcing it back and forth, it is Nightmare. Great play by Nightmare, especially considering he just got out of a couple of 20-hour games. True, true. He's been trapped in some very long PvPs. He's broken free. See, he just needed game 1 to kind of resettle for his brain to recognize, hold up, I'm free. Like I've escaped the prison that was PvP. So he needed a moment to acclimate, but he's there. We're good. Needed some time. The brain was still trapped with Geralt. But now he's out. He's woken up, he's broken free from the Nightmare. Let's go. And now begins another. As for the first time this series, economic opener. For the first time, racks expand from Beyond with a single gas geyser, going for a faster CC. It makes sense. Side Delta is a larger map, long rush distance by ground, known for being more economic, more greedy. On top of that, it has a very defendable natural. One of the unique features of Side Delta is the ramp coming into the natural base, something unique to Side Delta, Amphion, and Post-Youth. So you do have a more defendable natural, and you can be more greedy. So we're calming things down. We're settling in. Now, once again, Nightmare is going for a Twilight Council. If you recall last game, Nightmare did open up 4-gate Blink, but didn't actually embrace the 4-gate Blink entirely. If you remember, Nightmare got scattered, so he only warped in 4 Stalkers, and then took a 3rd base and teched up into Storm. But again, I believe a big part of that was because he got scouted. So we'll see if Nightmare embraces something like 4-gate blink again, or if this is just 2-gate blink into an expansion. I'm leaning more towards that direction, but we'll see. We shall see. As, Bjorn is going for 3cc, 3 racks. This is a very popular build for Bjorn in TVP. He's very fond of it. We see this quite a lot. For those that are curious, it is very greedy, and it can be punished by something like 4-gate Blink Stalker, but Nightmare is in the dark, and Nightmare doesn't know how greedy Bjorn is being. So again, just insanely fast third base for the Terran player. Now, the way this works here is, one, the downside for Bjorn and why he will be vulnerable to 4-gate Blink is because no tank production. There's no tanks, there's only 3 Raxes, so we're relying on Marines and Marauders, and of course Stim. We have seen players like Max Pax punish Bjorn for this and even deny Stim and snowball from there. But it looks like Nightmare is expanding. So it's going to be 2-gate Blink for Nightmare into a third base. So I do favor Bjorn when it comes to the builds. When it comes to the builds facing off, Nightmare is being economic, Bjorn is being greedy. And this build of Bjorn really kicks into gear when he establishes his third base. Like, the third is done, that is true, but once he lands it on location, that's when Bjorn should be able to skyrocket ahead in supply. And build up a very hefty Marauder army. Getting up to 5, 6 Raxes into Mass Marine Marauder. Behind this, we do see Nightmare taking up into a bay. Now, at least he goes for the bay after the third base, so in a way, Nightmare is cutting some corners. Nightmare could have been safer. Doesn't feel the need to do so. Reaper dips into the main and gets a full scout. Attempts to, at least. Yeah, Bjorn does get eyes on the Twilight Council, is aware. Got eyes on the third. So Bjorn should be feeling quite safe and sound back at home. As Nightmare is starting up his own Colossus production, and again, it's going to be on Nightmare to delay the third base for as long as he can. Stalkers are fanning out. Nightmare does have map control. We'll see if he can keep up. Meanwhile, Bjorn getting up to his 5-rack setup. Nightmare just trying to catch any kind of drop play. Third CC now being landed, and Nightmare should be able to spot this with the Stalker. Nightmare is aware. Spot the expansion. Bjorn is moving out. Nightmare repositions. Again, Stim is done, so Nightmare has to be very careful with how and when he blinks. And when Bjorn stims as well. Nightmare wasn't able to really contest the third. Doesn't really have the Stalker count for it. So that's a lot of Marauders. Nightmare going in, gets a Marine, gets 2. Oh. Does manage to catch 2 Marines so far. Getting a 3rd. And a 4th. Not bad. 4 Marine kills. Bjorn does stim. Back at home, Colossus are amassing. Shield battery is ready. Force fields as well. It's still a very tense situation here for Nightmare. He has to be so careful with his army control. Has to be careful not to overextend. As he can just very quickly lose that Colossus against all these Marauders. Bjorn stimming in. Wants a Colossus! Up! Goes to the dive! But the overcharge gets 12 just in time. Nightmare does save it. Saves the Colossus and does defend. But again, that was so close. One more volley of those Marauders and the Colossus would have gone down. And that could have been game. Things could very quickly snowball from there. So it was a very delicate defense for Nightmare. Does hold, does save his Colossus. Now up to 3 Colossi. Overcharge off of cooldown. Or on cooldown. DTs are spotted. And Nightmare did attempt to go for the Dark Shrine, but doesn't get much value. is holding on. Bjorn, his third is fully operational, 4 CCs on the way. Ghost Academy gets thrown down. And we mentioned before that because of this faster third base, Bjorn now has a supply lead. Now has a massive army. And Nightmare is stuck at home. Nightmare has to be the defender for a little bit longer until he can get up like a decent supportive army of disruptors or more immortals, or greater gateway army even. Now he's holding his own. DT gets 2 SCVs across the map. Bjorn knocks down the rocks. Nightmare is able to keep up. Nightmare getting a little bit adventurous here. Chasing the army. But now there are ghosts, there are EMPs, a decent Viking count. It's getting larger. And Nightmare has to respect it, he backs off. And now Disruptor production has begun. Second Robo's on the way. Sorry, second and a third Robo. So I do think the Disruptor production was delayed, so getting up to triple Disruptors. 3 Disruptors at a time. Crazy. Nightmare isn't there yet, but he's working on it. And the game will progress. The game will progress from here. You can see Nightmare's ready for a Zealot run by. Moving out with his main army. Opening, yeah, the Zealots they're spotted. Bjorn is aware. Does scout the run by. Likewise, Bjorn's main army is spotted as well. Nightmare trying to keep up. And there's just a lot of posturing. War Prism into the main. No turrets are set up. Uh-oh. No turrets in position. Looks like Bjorn does spot it. He does respond. He's pulling back to his main base. Oh yeah. Does pull back with his Vikings at least. Zealots get dropped in, but the Prism goes down and the Zealots are going to be cleaned up. So again, good response, good reaction here by Bjorn. Bjorn is now maxed. Nightmare is getting there. Show us those Novas. Oh, Nightmare not paying attention. One Disruptor goes down. Colossus as well. Massive pickoffs. And Nightmare just wasn't able to react in time. He's going to lose everything. Disruptors are going down. Nova goes off. No connection. Nice splits here out of Bjorn. And everything escalates so quickly. And Nightmare, he's up against the wall. Zealots, they come in to reinforce. But the Colossus count is reset. It's only Zealots and 1 Disruptor. It's got to be enough though. Barely is. Whew. Nightmare holds, but it was a costly defense. Again, he lost 4 Disruptors and 3 Colossus in that. All it takes is, you know, not paying attention for one wrong moment, and that can be it. That can be game. That was a better trade for Bjorn. Behind this, Bjorn refining his army. Liberator production has begun. Freedom is on the way. The freedom, pappy, it's coming. Fusion core as well, that's going to be for Liberator range. So Bjorn working towards Ghost Lib. Meanwhile, Nightmare is still stuck in a ground-based army. Stargate's now on the way. That should be the first sign of Sky Toss, but Nightmare isn't quite ready for it. Nightmare does need more time. He's going to be double expanding. Still making 3 Disruptors at a time. Just have Nightmare paying attention. Gets a Ghost. Not bad. Snipes the Ghost. War Prism towards the main. Expansion is spotted. Bjorn still sharking around. Setting up the libs. First they land an EMP, going for the Disruptors, he gets 1! That's just 1 Disruptor. Charge ulti, try to punish. War Prism into the main. Oh, the upgrades are exposed, we're going for a massive warp in! And this time Bjorn was not ready for it. And this time his damage is being done. Snipes are coming in. Can he get the eBay? It's close. The eBay is getting low and it looks like Bjorn is going to save it. Anyone nerves going up. Bjorn getting pulled apart. As Nightmare does barely not get the Liberator. Oof. Not the best trade. The final Liberator does go down. Nightmare bleeding out more Disruptors. Bjorn's still maxed. And Nightmare, he's gonna try to rotate towards North, but the Disruptors, no! They get caught out! Bjorn gets all three. Disruptor count gets completely reset. And Nightmare just wasn't aware of the army. Didn't know where it was. Bjorn going for a big counterattack at the same time. And Nightmare is stuck with purely gateway units. Zealots and Stalkers. Bjorn actually responds though. I thought we were going to be entering a base trade. No, Bjorn, he turns around. Racing back home. Planetary does survive. No shot. The Planetary lives. I thought it was going to get it. The Planetary lives. 5 SCVs go down. Bjorn, he defends. He still has a massive army. And Nightmare's being outscaled. At this point, he's just being outscaled here. When it comes to the army composition, going for a desperation DT counterattack. Bjorn going for the expansion. Nightmare as well. Attempting to trade a base for a base. Planetary this one will finally go down. Oh, 2 bases even. Not bad. 2 for 1. Nightmare gets 2 expansions. Takes down the mineral line. Is going to cost him some of these Stalkers. But the DTs do escape. Not bad. Nightmare even catching a ghost. Now, unfortunately for Nightmare, Bjorn had 2 orbitals ready, so he can just lift and land and retake this expansion. But Nightmare does trade well. Has the greater worker count. Has the greater economy. DTs are waddling back in, but the turret is about to finish. Can he focus down the turret in time? Oh, barely can. How about this scan? Is that scan available? DTs blink away. Disruptor count is getting back up and running. Nightmare is still in this. It's been a little bit scrappy. It's a very hit and run kind of composition for Nightmare. And catching out a good force of units. Liberators will zone away. But Nightmare, he can rotate. Backing off, trying to lead the army into the Disruptors. Nervous go up. The ghost! Not bad. That's 2 ghosts going down. Every ghost does count. Oof. Peace connect. Another ghost falls. Down to 7. Bjorn pre-splitting his ghost. Do love to see it. And Nightmare backing up. Catching out the libs. Nightmare's attempting to re-expand. Still has the greater economy, or at least the high worker count. Nightmare, he's hoping to catch Bjorn off guard. Out of position, late to respond. So far, Bjorn is keeping up. Nightmare being cheeky. Nova goes off. Oh! Not a bad connection. Take down the Liberator as well. Smooth moves out of Nightmare. Take down another Liberator. The lib count is getting quite low. Bjorn no longer has that anchor point. But at least he does get his expansion back up and running. Still very tense. Ooh, that is an orbital, not a planetary. Novas are going off. And Bjorn does pull away. Big connections, though. Yeah, Bjorn caught in an awkward position. He has to pull back. CC goes down. GG gets called. Bjorn cannot keep up. And Nightmare will take a lead in the series. Whew. GG. As the base went down and Bjorn just could not keep up. Not anymore. Leading out too many Liberators, too many Ghosts as well. GG, well played. That was a very tense back and forth, though. I thought the game was going to end earlier. If you remember, there was that big moment where Bjorn hit the third base and he reset the Colossus count and the Disruptor count as well. Like, Nightmare was up against the wall, but he brought it back. He sniped 2 bases at the same time. Again, going for a bit of a cheaper army. Going for something more mobile, more flexible. And hey, it worked. Did work in the end. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Nightmare does have a lead. And he is 1 game away from becoming this week's champion. Uno más, papi. Uno más. Let's go. With 40 workers, yeah, he got the bases and he got the mineral lines as well. Was very impressive. I mean, it felt like a bit of a desperation move, but it worked. He got desperate, and he made it work. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. He is the favorite player in this tournament, but he is down in this series. Can he bring it back to the ace match? It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing himself, currently teamless but deserving to be on a team. It is Nightmare. We go. Bjorn is a real believer in 3CC lately. Yeah, he's been all about it over the past couple of months. We've seen, we've seen Bjorn defeat Max Pax. Was it last week in the Wardy TV Cup? Where Bjorn did defeat Max Pax on Golden Aura with 3CC 3 Max. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see it again in this series, but for now, we're calming things down. Nightmare is scouting for proxies. I don't blame him. Like, Bjorn is known for a couple of things. He's known for 3CC 3 Max. He's also known for going for proxies, and Nightmare is a little bit paranoid, but alas, won't find anything. Just being safe. Checks the linear third. Checks over on the right-hand side as well. And we'll expand. And we can see that Bjorn is going for a Rax expand back at home. Going for an economic opener once again, similar to the previous game. I say similar because Bjorn is going for the Marine first, not the Reaper. So no SCV scout out of Bjorn, and no Reaper scout either. Just going for the initial Marine into add-ons. So in a way you could argue this is a little bit risky or greedy by Bjorn. In a sense, yes, but he's also quite fond. I say he's also quite fond of this. A lot of the Korean Terran players do embrace this as well. I'm referring to specifically Bjorn and Maru. I mean, shouldn't really be a surprise. But they do often cut corners like this. It is going to be a Twilight Council here from Nightmare. We have our tech of choice. Going for a Twilight Council, not a Stargate. Going for a Blink once again. As a reminder, last game it was 2-gate Blink into a third. The game before that was 4-gate Blink. What do we go for this time? What's it going to be? How many gateways? Nightmare does threaten the shade, getting for his second gateway back at home, keeping Bjorn honest. And we can see this time Bjorn is not going to follow this up with a Widowmine drop. He's opening up with what looks to be more of a Cyclone drop. Second Cyclone's on the way. I mean, it makes sense getting the Cyclone production just because Bjorn actually doesn't know what's going on. So a Cyclone is, you know, a secure way to defend against something like an Oracle or Stargate opener into Phoenix or Oracle. So Bjorn just trying to cover his bases. Trying to be ready for anything. And here comes the move out. We have Marines, we have Cyclones as well to support. Liberator behind this, very aggressive by Bjorn. Following up with that Lib. Back at home, Nightmare does have a shield battery on the way, it's almost done. Trying to buy time. Stalker's poking in. Oh. We'll delay the move out. We'll delay the push. Catching a Marine. Cyclone taking a lot of damage. Nice juggling here out of Bjorn. Does save the Cyclone. Saves it for a moment. Leading out more Marines. Whew. And again, very delicate micro from Nightmare. He does hold, he does defend, he does deflect Bjorn. And Nightmare holds. Nightmare does hold, but Bjorn isn't done. Going for a drop into the main, does rotate around. Behind this, getting to his own 3-1-1 setup. And will we see a tech lab on that starport? Will we see tank and Banshee production? Curious. Now getting to that third ranks. Drop is poised to dive in. Liberator towards the left-hand side. Ooh, and Nightmare doesn't really have much to defend back at home. He has 3 Stalkers in the main, but everything else is across the map. Nightmare, he did go 4-gate blink. He's warping in 4 Stalkers at a time. Can he punish Bjorn? Oh, there is a tank in position, though. There's a tank in the main. Marines as well. Nightmare does rotate around. The tank is not quite within range. Nightmare can delay some of the production. Yeah, the boys are being pulled, and that does trigger Bjorn to go in. The Cyclones and the Liberator. SCVs are going down. Prism will get out. Cyclones into the main. Stalkers do defend. What about the Liberator? Late reaction here by Nightmare. Oh, losing 5-6 probes. 6 workers go down. Even more. Getting up to 8 probe kills. And the Liberator does more than pay for itself. And brutal damage. So 7 probes and a Stalker. Nightmare did well across the map, but Bjorn does even it up. Nightmare getting 2 more SCVs. Poking in towards the natural. But Bjorn is looking secure. He's got 3 tanks spread between his bases. No bunkers, which is a little bit greedy, but at this point I'm not so sure if Bjorn even needs them. Stim is almost done. I mean, he thought about it and said he's going to back up, taking a 3rd, and taking up into Colossus. Gateway explosions on the way, Colossus production as well. Nightmare is taking up, he's backing up. And the game will progress. Bjorn sneaking out with a double drop towards the right hand side. I wonder if that Marauder was a bit of a tell. Nightmare getting very adventurous, does get a tank. Worthwhile trade. Gets a Marauder, gets a tank, forced to recall back home. Bjorn setting up for a surround on those Stalkers. But last they're not there. Yeah, Bjorn moving out, hoping to catch the units. Nowhere to be found. Nightmare dipping back in. We'll delay the CC. We'll attempt to. Bjorn has reinforcements. And Bjorn will defend. This will delay the push. And at least Nightmare is aware of the expansion. And back at home, he's ready with his Colossus. We have 2 Colossus so far. Sentries, force fields. Nightmare is set up. Oh no! Oh my god. So my shot almost takes down the Prism. Calm down, Nightmare. Calm down. Has to retreat. Beyond establishes his third. Nightmare getting to his fourth. The game will settle from here. Nightmare just refining his splash damage, getting into disruptor production. Disruptors are on the way. Likewise, Beyond now incorporating Vikings. Viking production has begun to have more secure anti-air. Eventually leading into a Ghost Academy. Not there yet, but should be on the horizon. I'm catching a handful of units, forcing Nightmare to respond, forcing him back home. And there's that Ghost Academy on the way that we did mention. Until then, both players are just going to be vying for map control. Gun poking in, clearing up these zealots. Nightmare does spot the main army. He's getting in position. Disruptors are set up. Beyond backs up. Gets eyes on the expansion. Again, Beyond just setting himself up for a later game state. Clearing up rocks. And the ghosts are soon to arrive. Now making those 3 ghosts at a time. Even setting up for a flank as well. Flank gets caught though, just Marines. And Nightmare catching a medevac. We do have a warping into the main. And massive force fields. Marines and Marauders get caught out. The ghosts are not quite ready. They're still on the way. And we're held up by those zealots. Prism goes down. Can Beyond hold on? He's up against how many? 6 disruptors. That's a lot of Novas. Tanks are barely sieging up. Nice splits here against the Novas. 1 disruptor goes down. 2 disruptors go down. Beyond doesn't want to chase. Still pulling back to the safety of those tanks. But that was a better trade for Beyond, and now he establishes his own 4th. 4th base is being taken. I'm waiting for Nightmare to throw down another Stargate. And Beyond, he's been quite defensive and now he's secure on 4 bases, which might trigger a Sky, or at least our Protoss player to think about Sky Toss for now. Just on a rover-based composition. Nightmare still being active. Will actually find those tanks. Not bad. Both tanks go down. Nightmare coming in from behind. Without those tanks, Nightmare does have more pushing power. That anchor point for Beyond isn't quite there, and there's no Liberators yet. Oh. Nightmare, calm down. The Liberators have yet to begin here for Beyond. Still relying on a very bio-heavy composition. Still a lot of posturing. Beyond working on +3. I mean, both players are. +3 is on the way. Main army is spotted. Still, what, 6 disruptors. Nice EMP. But Beyond's getting caught out. Half his army is here across the map. Beyond is not ready for this. Only fighting with half his force. Ghosts are going down. Trading against Zealots of all things. Good trades for Nightmare. Nightmare has to pull away. Again, Nightmare mainly trading gas. Oh, sorry, minerals for gas. But he doesn't break the expansion. And Nightmare has to remax. Like, Nightmare has a bank, but he has to spend his money. Okay, there we go. 12 zealots at a time. Nice EMP. But Nightmare once again relying on a very heavy gateway composition. Massive EMP on the zealots. Once again, they're trading with Ghost, though. Yeah, Ghosts are going down. Nightmare trying to collapse on this army. At the same time, Beyond also coming in for his own surround. The Nova's go off. No! Oh my god! Massive connections. Nightmare was ready for that. Still bleeds out a lot of Zealots and Stalkers. Nightmare has to rebuild. Disruptors are exposed. Beyond gets one. Up! He wants two. Barely doesn't get it. But again, Nightmare, he needs to reinforce. Expansion goes down. They're bleeding out all the workers as well. Probes are falling. Nightmare going to counterattack. Novas once again up. Zoning Beyond away. No major connections. These disruptors are so exposed, and we do get a better connection towards the end. You want Nightmare reinforcing with mainly Blink Stalker. Nice trades. Catches a Ghost, a couple of Marauders. Nightmare rotating around. Again, just a very heavy K-Way composition. He's taking so many risks with these disruptors, but so far it's been paying off. Liberators have arrived. Nightmare re-expanding. Oh, the disruptors! Gets one, gets two. Does catch two disruptors. Massive pickups. And Nightmare coming in for the dive. Collapses on the main army. Nightmare is gaining ground. But cannot push up that ramp. Catch some SCVs. More Stalkers on the way. Again, Nightmare has done a very low gas count. Playing very similarly to the previous game, but Liberators have arrived. Oh! Beyond catching out some of those Stalkers. And Stalkers, they need a buffer, they need some support. That was a more expensive loss for Nightmare. The Libs! Uh-oh. Liberators getting caught out. One Lib falls. Calm down, Beyond. Calm down. Both armies rotate. Nightmare has the high ground. Nova goes off. Beyond gets zoned away. Once again, Nightmare does outposition. He's going for the expansion. Again, just zoning away the main army. Going for the planetary. One disruptor goes down. The planetary should fall. Do we have any Novas left? Down to 5 disruptors. Beyond collapsing in. Takes down a good amount of Zealots. Nice splits. 4 disruptors left. Low disruptor count is concerning. Behind this, Nightmare reinforcing back into Colossus. Makes sense. There are no Vikings. No Vikings, no Liberators. Now would be a good time to go back into Colossus production. Beyond does re-expand. And again, because of Nightmare's movement, he's just forcing Beyond to walk into these Novas, to push in even. But Beyond does get another expansion. Does get another base. Nightmare, he spots it, he rotates, he wants it. Wants that orbital. Once again, Beyond's main army's out of position. Yeah, the Gateway army can just overwhelm. As the reinforcements come in, once again, we just thrown away with the disruptors. Yeah, Beyond, he was not ready for this. SCVs are going down. Liberators as well, so does the base. Yeah, Beyond is always one step behind when it comes to the movement of Nightmare. He's just going right down mid. He's had enough. It's like, fight me. Does find the fresh mining base, going for the Nexus. Nexus getting low. Nightmare forced to respond. And the Nexus will fall. But here come the Colossus. And Beyond down to 1 base mining, barely an economy. I mean, I say that, so is Nightmare. He's on 1.5 bases. Nightmare did just lose a base. Disruptor's rolling in. Up! Oh my god. And Nightmare overextending. 1. Disruptor goes down. Down to 3. More Disruptors on the way. Colossus getting caught out as well. Nightmare overextending. Leading out a lot of Disruptors and Colossus. And this time Nightmare gets punished. And he needs those Disruptors. In a head-on fight, we have to favor Beyond here. Is stemming in once again. The Disruptors are on the way. More Stalkers going down. Colossus under fire. Disruptors, they finally do make it. And they can finally zone back the ground army. Beyond traded well. He got all the Colossi. Took down a lot of Stalkers. The problem being that Nightmare had a bank. And Nightmare does replace that army. Nightmare does reinforce. Left hand expansion getting back up and running. Oh! Missiles again. Trying to catch out Beyond. Nightmare not in the best position here, but does hit the planetary. Beyond, he counterattacks. In his own head a little bit there. Yeah, assumed that Nightmare was in position. Planetary goes down. And he's going for a base trade. Going for the counterattack instead. Trading a base for a base. Zealous, they hit the last mining base at Beyond. No, he can't afford this. SCVs are going down. Beyond getting pulled apart. Nervous going off. Massive connections. Beyond down to 6 SCVs. This is his economy. 6 workers left for Beyond. He did snipe that northern expansion. True. But Nightmare still has mining. Still has an economy. Disruptors go. Oh my god. A little bit trigger happy. 3 Novas go off. There's 2 left. There's 1 left. Only 1 Nova remaining. Beyond, he can stim in. And Nightmare is vulnerable. Another expansion goes down. Recall won't save the Disruptors. 1 Disruptor survives, and there's no way out of this. And Beyond might not have an economy, but he's trading so well. It takes down most of the Stalkers. They just melt before the Marauders. It's such a Marauder-heavy composition. And Beyond is still in this. He cleans up so many Stalkers. Nightmare did overextend. You could see that if Nightmare's running low on Purification Novas, he just cannot hold his own. Beyond is moving up. Beyond has a massive supply lead, has a more efficient army as well. And how many Disruptors are left? Only 3. Massive EMP. Only 3 Disruptors. Another expansion is going to go down. And Beyond might have this. It comes down to the Novas. Oh, not bad. Gets 2 Marauders. Nightmare pulling away. Beyond does have an army in position. It is heavily overstimmed. Gets another Disruptor. Bit of miscontrol there from Nightmare, down to 2 Disruptors. He wants the planet, he wants the CC, he gets it! Gets the orbital. Was that the last one? No shot. Beyond, he has no bases. Down to zero orbitals. No economy, no command center, but he has an army. Beyond can still win this. Is being revealed. Beyond catching our probes. Now, what is a little bit concerning as Beyond is pulling Nightmare apart. Likewise, though, Beyond only fighting with half his force. It's going to be enough, though. Expansion's going to go down. Both bases, 19 probes as well. Beyond is down to 2 SCVs. But he has 23 Marauders. Oh, the DT! Oh wait, there's the EMP. Okay, there's the EMP. I was about to freak out. I was like, there's no skins. True, but there are EMPs. Experience is gonna go down. Catching the mineral line as well. DTs are waddling in. I mean, the best chance for Nightmare might just be the elimination. Unironically. Killing all the buildings might be the best way here for Nightmare. I mean, also disruptors, right? Beyond is consolidating his army, bringing everything together. DTs are wreaking havoc. Beyond does have EMPs to spare. Still very close. That is what, 6 disruptors. Let's go up. Oh, they're gonna connect. Oh no, they're gonna connect. They shut down the main army. GG gets called. The Novas are just too much, and Nightmare will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Beyond, he just committed. He just sent it into the main army. I do think there was potential for Beyond. Like, he had a pretty terrifying force, and I do think that if he once again tried to go for like these split pushes and tried to poke away at the army of Nightmare, that he could have maybe taken it. And a head-on fight, we spoke about it before, but pushing into disruptors is very difficult, and it looks like Beyond kind of ran out of patience towards the end. It's like he'd run out of patience. He's like, screw it, let's go. It happens here and now, one way or the other. GG, well played. Congratulations to Nightmare, as he does cause a bit of an upset. GG, well played. Beyond came in as the favorites, but Nightmare, just again built a little bit different here. He had a very intense semi-finals as well. He had an intense semis against Geralt. We had what, like over an hour-long series? Oh my god. It was a very intense back and forth semi-finals, which led into this series, and game 1 was looking a little bit bleak. Remember, game 1 was heavily in favor of Beyond. If you remember, that was the one and only game that Nightmare opened up Stargate. Went for a Stargate opener on Crimson Court, and Beyond punished Nightmare so hard. Beyond was hyper aggressive. After that, Nightmare was done with Stargate play, relied on Twilight Council and Blink Stalkers instead, did mix it up with his openers, and more often than not though, what I should say is that Nightmare, he thrived in the mid to late game. He thrived with this kind of army composition. It happened on Side Delta, happened here as well, going for this heavy gateway composition with disruptors to support, and the goal there that we saw multiple times was Nightmare was out-positioning Beyond. Nightmare was rotating, Beyond was having a hard time keeping up, and whenever Nightmare would rock up at a base, he would have his disruptors to zone Beyond away. Because Beyond wasn't there ahead of time, Beyond just could not hold on to his expansions. Beyond was losing 4th base after 4th base after 4th base, 5th base as well, 3rd base as well. Nightmare, his army movement and map awareness was greater than that of Beyond here in this series, and did rely on that, and did allow for him to take it in the end. It was still close here on Oceanborn. There was one big misstep from Nightmare, if you remember. It was one of the last big fights of the game, before the base raid kind of scenario, when Nightmare went back into Colossus. He had 2 Colossus with his main army, and he pushed towards the right hand side, and he had his disruptors a little bit lagging behind. And if you remember, that was the moment where disruptors got caught out, the Colossus got caught out. Like, that was a big kind of blunder for Nightmare, and I thought it was over then and there. Like, I thought like he had made too many mistakes, and he did lose a lot, but alas, he was still able to hold his own, was able to reinforce, able to, in a way, kind of stabilize again. It was still very scrappy kind of game state, but GG, well played. Beautiful TVP. Congratulations to Nightmare. Congratulations. Oh my god. And shout out to Cyan in the chat. Fala galera, papi, fala galera. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos, obrigado. Thank you so much for the raid. I do apologize because we just wrapped up. we just wrapped up the stream. Just wrapped up. See Hyper One redeeming a replay cost. I appreciated Hyper One, and we do have a couple of replays lined up. I think we have like 3 replays banked up. 3 or 4 replays, and I'm gonna hold off on that one, Pat. I'm gonna hold off on that one. The reason for that, we do usually try to, I mean, I would usually, sure, just go into a replay cast from here. But today is a little bit different because in a couple of hours, we have the Wardy TV Monday Cup. The Wardy Cup is in how many hours time? It's in 7 hours, just under 8 hours. Just under 8 hours time. And I would like to get some food and get some sleep. I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna rest up. For those that are curious, we do also cast the Wardy Cup. Wardy casts it alongside us. I mean, it's open to community casters. I think Gemini jumps on as well if Trap is playing. If Trap is playing, then Gemini will be covering his matches as well, typically. So yes, in 8 hours time, if you're unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft, then most likely we're going to be seeing Björn, Nightmare, and many other Koreans and Europeans return tonight. They're most likely going to be returning here to compete. For those that weren't here for it, last week Shin was the Wardy TV champion. He was the champion. He defeated MaxPax. He actually defeated MaxPax in a best of 5. It was a very impressive performance by Shin. We'll see if he can reprise his role. We'll see if maybe some others can rise up instead. Again, we'll see if MaxPax makes his return. If I remember, Clem also competed. Shin popped off last week. Shin defeated Clem and MaxPax. It was crazy. Like, Shin, he had his way with both of them, which was wild. So we'll see if he can do that again. Likewise, we'll see if Björn or Nightmare or Trap or Rogue or any of these other players can rise up instead. So that's going to be our next cast in just under 8 hours time. Otherwise, if that is a bad time for you, I know that it's at a rough time for the Americas. I think it's like early morning for the Americas. Then we're going to be live tomorrow. Tomorrow in under 24 hours, we're going to be live here on the channel once again with the Orsasaurus Cup. If you're curious, what is the Orsasaurus Cup? It's very similar to this tournament. Very similar to the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. It is an open cup. It is at a more friendly time slot for the Americas, as well as Korea, and very late for Europe as well. But it is at a more NA-friendly time zone and time slots, and it is open to all players, open to all regions. So we're going to be live tomorrow with the Orsasaurus Cup, and later tonight with the Wardy TV Cup. So plenty more content to come here on the channel. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate the support. If you want to support this tournament, you can do so via Matcherino. Un momento. Oh, also I have to do payouts. Hold on. my apologies. Oh my god, how many people predicted Nightmare? I'm curious. See if the Orsasaurus. Yeah. I got you, baby. I got you. 30%. Okay, not too bad, 30% in favor of Nightmare. Winners interview in Korean, please. 안녕 하세요. 안녕. Don't want to know how Homono made a PF at 2. Oh no, not like this. But Hyper One, do send me the replay on Discord. Send me the replay, and maybe after the Orsasaurus Cup tomorrow, we can cast the replays. After Orsasaurus. Send me the replays. What a final game. It was crazy. It was crazy. Personally, I was hoping for the ace match. I was hoping. No. But what was I going to get into? Oh yeah, with that, GG well played. Again, if you want to follow us, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. I got you covered. You can be notified when we go live. We also have a Discord server as well if you want to interact with us outside of just the cast. And yeah, you can follow us and watch us on YouTube as well. We're live both on YouTube and on Twitch. We are live on both platforms, and you can follow us and watch VODs on YouTube if you wish, if you prefer. Otherwise, we're done. We're done for the morning, at least. We're done for the morning. I'm going to go get some food. Again, usually I do have like a ladder session after the cast, just to like unwind. But because we have a double cast today, I'm going to be skipping out on the ladder session as well. But I should be laddering tomorrow. I do apologize. Like, I haven't streamed and laddered in a while, but should be live tomorrow. Should be able to do so tomorrow. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. We'll need a moment to find someone. I did see Practice X was streaming. Neuro is streaming. Who else? Jaime, Jim Rising. Let's go. We'll find someone. We'll find someone. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys later tonight or tomorrow, depending on what you prefer. And again, if you miss out on one of the events, on one of the casts, check out the VODs, baby. Check out the VODs. Otherwise, see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego, ciao. Alright, also, if you want to help support us, you can subscribe on Twitch. You can check out our Patreon as well. Our Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments, so you can help grow our tournaments via Patreon if you wish. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.